Hello, everyone. I hope you are having a good Sunday, or whatever day it is in the time of the world that you are in. As Marty says, good evening, all. Parentheses, please adjust for your local time. That is good. Uh, hey, Daniel, Marty, Jay, Jim, Plonktime, Jays, ELSF, Josh, other Jay, Naverio, Alex, great to see you, Alex, and all of you. Hey, it's Avocado. I hope you're doing well. Let's see. Do I have any announcements? I don't think I have any announcements. I guess my announcement is I should try and make a puzzle because I haven't made a puzzle in a bit, and it's probably been too long. Hey, Carl. Technically I've made lots of puzzles, but they were all 6x6s. Or like tutorial 9x9s, and I should probably try and set like a puzzle that I can publish and everything. Okay, so we have good UTC 1700 for everyone out there in space. Yes, I just imagine how confusing it'll be when there's people in space and it's not the same day of the week for people, or there is one. But then it doesn't quite match the way that the world works. It'll be interesting. All right, so we get to start with Pentominoes. So this is a Pentominoes sum lines. Yeah, we could do that. Yeah, that's a good idea, Jays. Yeah, if I fail to set something, that's always a good way to get me to set something, is to do a community stream setting day. I've done that a couple times before. I can do that. Maybe eventually I'll try and like make there a standard time to do that. I don't know. Like once a month or something. I don't know. I enjoy doing it, and it was popular last time, so I should probably do it more. But it feels a little weird to do it like in a normal stream, but maybe I just should. I don't know. So we'll do that. But yeah, we did one on my 24-hour stream, and then we did the 10 clumps one, Jello. So we'll do another one at some point. Who knows? Maybe at the end of this school year I'll do another 24-hour stream, and we can do it then. It was very fun to do the 24-hour stream before. I'm just gonna cross my fingers that they come out with Silk Song right at the end of my semester, and we could just do a 24-hour all Silk Song stream. How about that? That could be fun. I do want to do more with the 10 clumps idea. I haven't quite figured out exactly what I mean by more, but like the idea behind it was cool, and I kind of want to play with it some more. I enjoyed Jay Dyer made a puzzle with 15 clumps that was very cool, although very, 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 very hard. But we will see. Yeah, can always do more gamings. All right. So our goal here in this puzzle, which by the way, we start every stream with the puzzle most voted on out of all the puzzles in the bucket. So if you're not familiar with the thing I always refer to as the bucket is just the grand list of puzzles that I might do on stream, or that Tristan might do on stream. And so we put stuff in there. We have begun sort of acknowledging that not everything that goes on the bucket will eventually appear on the stream. And so we have begun, I believe, officially rotating stuff out of the bucket after it sits there for 2 years. So I guess that makes the voting power even bigger, because the most voted on puzzle by the supporters is the one we start with. And so if you support the stream at the $10 level or above, which is the windmill level or above, then you get to see there and you get to vote on puzzles that you want to see. And so we start with the most voted on. And so for today, that is this puzzle, Pentominoes Sum Lines by Xendari. Oh boy. And so this puzzle was voted for by Naverio, who I saw in chat, Nordy, Doomdiat, Luda, Nell, Xendari, Russ, and David. So thank you all. Yes, the bucket has sprung a leak, and it has become a good old-fashioned differential equations problem of like at what rate the water is pouring out of the bucket versus what rate it's being added, and maybe what percentage salts the water is in the bucket as we go through this process, something like that. So yeah, so that'll be that'll be fun. But I think that will make it more manageable. Hey, Math Pesto. Uh, Alrighty. What are the rules here? So I have normal Sudoku rules. We do not have normal region sumlines rules. Instead, we have Pentominous sumlines rules. And so we need to place pentominoes in the grid. And if you don't know what a pentomino is, all a pentomino is a set of 5 cells. So it's sort of like a domino, but with 5 things instead. And it can have any sort of shape, something like that or that. These would both be pentominoes. Again, the pent prefix there is, I don't know, is it Latin or Greek for 5? We sort of have this annoying thing where like all of these have 2 different words, like duo and bi for 2, and we have pent and quint for 5. I guess I think quint is Latin, so that must mean I think pent is Greek. So I if I were to bet, but yeah, it's very annoying that we have sort of 2 prefixes for every number. I'm sure incredibly annoying for anyone who is not a native English speaker and then has to sort of absorb these. But anyway, it's 5 cell things. And so we have all of these. Bet Greek 10. Wonderful, wonderful. Yeah, hex and sex for those. Yeah, that. Then when we look at the lines are like region sumlines except for pentominoes. And so the sum of the digits along a blue line is the same for each pentomino it passes through. Now here explicitly, a line may not re-enter a pentomino. And different lines may have different sums. We do have the old no cheating rule. I'm not allowed to make a pentomino and say, oh yes, all the pentominoes that this goes through have the same sum, because there's only one. That is not allowed. So I have to go through at least 2. And also I'm not allowed to have 2 pentominoes of the same shape touch. So this is 2, so to speak, p pentominoes that are touching. That is not allowed. And note, it's not because they're in the same orientation. Even this would also not be allowed. Same up to rotation reflection. That is not allowed to touch in a pentominoes puzzle. You'll notice probably people in chat will do this. All the pentominoes have names. The names are all letters that they kind of look like. Some of the letters are kind of easy. So we've got like, this is an X and this is a T. Some of them are a little bit of a stretch, like this is an L. And some of them are a lot of a stretch, like this is an N, although it doesn't look anything like any N I've ever seen. And maybe the F looks least like an F out of all the ones. But anyway, we can contemplate the nature of this one. Was suggested by chat. What is going to happen with this this pentomino? And so every line straddles at least 2. However, you'll notice every pentomino that is on this line has to have at least 2 cells, because all of the cells that are on this pentomino, they all live in this box. So if there's any... actually, maybe that's not true. Well, this one certainly can't leave the line, though. So, sorry, I don't have to make anything complicated. This one can't go this way without also going this way, and it's got to get to 5 cells. So it's got to be at least this far. And again, it can't go there, and this is because of the can't revisit the same pentomino rule. If this went here, I would have to take every cell between them, and that would not work. So it has to go there. And likewise, again, now if it goes here, that's a problem. I'm trying to understand how this is not going to break immediately. How does this not immediately break? Because I feel like my argument is going to break this. But it's a pentomino, D-Web. Oh, right. Sorry. Sorry. Never mind. This is fine. Uh, Sorry, in my brain this broke the rule, but this doesn't break the rule. So I was like, my argument clearly forces this, but this is impossible. This is not impossible. The thing that's impossible is that the line can't be entirely contained in a pentomino. A pentomino can be entirely contained in a line. That's okay. So the minimum sum is 15. So these two have to go together. However, because the total sum of a box is 45, I cannot make one more cell purple, because if I make one more cell purple, then this is purple. And now what I have said is I have said that this box sums to an even number, because the sum in purple is the same in as the sum in green, and that does not work. So in fact, actually, we end up with this. And as was stated by DWeb, that forces the sum to be 15, because that is 45 divided by 3. So we can actually fill in that this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and these are 6, 7, 8, 9. That one's not 9, so that one's not 6 because of that. Now, have we made it impossible for this to be one sum? Not quite. This could still be 1, 2, 6, and 9 without breaking anything, I believe. My reasoning there for looking at that was that we've got a giant amount of low digits here in this first row, so I was thinking, okay, maybe now it's impossible to divide this line like that, but it is just barely possible still. Okay. Now, yellow does have to extend down in some way. I agree with that assessment. And Dorlier is pointing out we have some concern about a PP situation, which would be bad. So that is, I'm not allowed to make this pentomino touch another pentomino of its same shape. So something like that, though, seems possible to me. Now, it can never take both of these, right? Because there's no way if I do this, for this to work. Isaiah has successfully solved Elements of Sudoku. Congratulations. I do think Elements of Sudoku is one of my harder puzzles. But yes, if I take these 4 cells, there's no way I don't end up in what I have unfortunately dubbed a PP situation, and I have regrets, but it's too late now. So we know there's always a divide here. So if it does take row 4, column 2, it is then obligated to take all of this, is what I see. Okay, I see. Okay, so here's a good way to say the thing that I was trying to say that is a little bit more constructive, which is that these 3 have to be in the same pentomino, because if they're not, then I have now forced there to be 2 1s on my pentomino sum line, and I can't have 2 1s along my pentomino sum line, as those 2 would be the same digit. Okay. Is it true that digits can't repeat in pentominoes? Yeah, it is true that digits cannot repeat within pentominoes. That is true. Yeah, you can't have 2 length 1 lines in a single box, right? Okay, so so the world, or so the question is, what happens if these are yellow? And I think I see the problem, although boy, that's kind of ugly. If these are all yellow, now these are all the same, just by force. And the problem is, now I can't make this the last cell of green because it would make two L's touch each other, and I can't make this the last green, because that would put this entire line inside the thing. I don't like that as a deduction in a puzzle, but I do see it. Also, I'm going to take Jim's suggestion that we should green the borders here. Or sorry, make the borders here have a color just to make them stand out. This looks a little aggressive always, but we'll try it. Oops, not like that. There we go. Okay. So anyway, so that what we just proved is that this is yellow and that is yellow for sure. And so now there's a 9 in yellow. And so this is a 7, 8. And so these are a 6, 9. And so now this is a 6 because of the fact that it's a sum of 3 digits, because remember, these 3 are in the same omino. And so we get to bring out Zach for his famous 60 dance. Boop, boop, ba-doop. Whoop, 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 whoop. Boop, boop, ba-doop. Whoop, 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 whoop. Boop, boop, ba-doop. Whoop, 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 whoop. Boop, waha! Thank you, Zach. Thank you. So those are 1, 2, 3. As Tristan says, this is yellow. And yellow is done. Meaning this is 4 or 5 only, actually, if you look at it. However, I'm going to know which one it is in just a second, because that 1, 2, 3 looks up at this 4, 5. That rules 4, 5 out of these. Oh, maybe... Oh, no, yeah, right. This can't be 4. Because if this is 4, I was... In my head, as I was thinking about that, I was right, and then I convinced myself it was wrong, and then I convinced myself it was right. I can't make this a 4, because it would make these 1, 3, and that would be 4, 1, 2, 3s in the column. So this has to be a 5 with a 1, 4, and those are a 2, 3, and that's a 1. Hey, Sarah! I hope you're doing well. So these are 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 4, 7, 8 is what I have going on here. Isaiah says yellow can't take row 6, column 1, but yellow definitely had to take row 6, column 1, right? I think so. Yeah, these are in one region. That is true. I can give that a color if we like. I'll make it orange. This is the last 7, 8 for the column. Let's see. Yeah, I guess I can give these a color as well. And I actually know that the red don't join purple and they don't join orange. The red definitely touch this line somewhere, for whatever that is worth. Oh, I guess I should probably fill in that I know that these digits are 6, 7, 8, 9. So these digits are huge. This can never be a single digit, right? Yeah, this could never be a single digit, because if this is a single digit, those two are together and they sum to more than a single digit. So these two at least go together. So I'm going to use gray for that. Likewise, this can't be a single digit because the sum is too big. So these definitely go together. And so the question is, which of these picks up a third? Well, this can't pick up that third, because if this picks up that third, now we've obligated orange to look like that, which has isolated this cell, which I'm not allowed to do. So in fact, actually, it's these that are in the same omino. So these now are the same omino. Let's make that omino green again. Assuredly, this has to be green, or I'm way more than a green pentomino. Now, orange has to take both of these because orange has to get out by the same argument. And so orange, in fact, is another P like that. And so orange is done. I can get rid of that line now and this line. Okay. Oh, it's being pointed out that actually tells me I know what red looks like. Good spots. Because now red is just forced to look like this. Okay, there are no forbidden cells for green to take at the moment. If there's not a 4 in here, assuredly that is going to destroy the world. Because if there's not a 4 here, these sum to at least 6, 7, 8. And 6, 7, 8 sum to 21. I can't possibly make these two sum to 21. So there's always a 4 in here. So this is never a 4. What is 4, 7, 6? 4, 7, 6 is 17. So 4, 7, 6 is what this actually has to be. Because that's actually the minimum. And so that means that these are an 8, 9 pair, which looks up and gives me a 7, 8. Which gives me a 7 down here, just to make that math work out. This is at least 4. Well, these aren't all in the same... these aren't all in the same region. Because if they were all in the same region, it would break purple. And so, is there any way it's a 1-digit sum? No, because this number is a minimum of 4. And so it's not a 1-digit sum. And so that means actually this, if I look up here, this is forced to be, because this is a 2-digit sum. So this is forced to be 2 ominoes that look like this. I did see this in chat, Selena. So Selena is noting this. I was going to get to this once I finished arguing this. This cell can't be green because it would be the last green, which would then force this to be the same as that, same issue. So at least green, we know, cannot go here. Let's see. What is left in this box, by the way? I should still fill that in. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So these are from 2, 3, 5. Let's see. There's no way that these are not in the same omino now, because if this were a lone omino, it would be a digit that could be a 2-cell sum, but then that digit would repeat in the row. And that's because it can't equal a 3-cell sum, because although I could do something like 2, 1, 2 equals 5, I'm not allowed to repeat digits in Pentominoes within the rules. So in fact, I don't know if this is also in there. Oh, no, I do know that's also in there. Because if this digit were not part of the sum, then what shape would this be? Well, it would be forced to take that cell, and that's already breaking the rules. I'm not allowed to do that. So in fact, I know it takes that cell. And then I know that this is yet another one. In fact, I might as well just give this a color. I don't know why I didn't give it a color yet. Let's make it yellow again. And so the point here being yellow always takes that cell, because if yellow doesn't take that cell, it takes this whole line. People are talking about putting 2 P's next to each other, which is now relevant, because if I make this yellow, I've now created a P, and we're not allowed to do that. Oops. Yes, this is a PP puzzle, it would seem, more than anything. Let's see. There we go. This is a yellow. And so, yes, exactly. So now we have all of that. I can, by the way, get rid of this line now. This digit's at most 4 I'm going to record because these sum to a minimum of 5 and this digit's a maximum of 7. And the minimum here is 6. So this is 6, 8, or 9. Oh, right. This can't be a 2, 3, or 5, JayForty points out, because of my favorite fact that if this were a 2, 3, 5, 2, 3, or 5, these would be a 2, 3, 5 triple. And that would make 10. I always enjoy that. That gets us a 1, 4 pair in the row randomly. Oh, I could just barely make this 1, 2, 3, and then make these 4, 5, summing to 9. I think that would just work, annoyingly. Yeah, I guess it's a good point from JLib. This needs to escape out, and that actually tells us a good bit of information about it. Let's see. Okay. Oh, this 1 up here. Did this 1 give me the thing I wanted before? I think it does. Yeah. Right. This 1. So the argument I made a long time ago about how this could still split as 3 and 1 is no longer possible now that this is a 1. Because if I try and make this split as 3 and 1 up here, the best I could do is 2, 3, 4 equals 9, but that breaks that cell. So in fact, I actually now know the way this splits is that. Now that assuredly has to tell me something about these cells, right? No, I guess I could still do something like that and get away with it. I'm trying to decide if it's possible these two join. It is not possible these two join for a sort of funny reason, which is the PP situation again. If these two join, it's obligated to also take that, and then we have the in fact the demo PP situation. So we can't do that. So now this thing, whatever it is, even if it grows that way, it's still got to grow down because we know this is a border is what I'm saying. So this is obligated to grow down. I'm going to make that yellow as well, like that. Okay, and so now I guess this is yellow or purple, but yellow still has to grow over here regardless, because yellow still has to do that. And so now the point from chat, and I believe Lakia was the OG stater of this, is that if purple goes down, we now break the world. Because if purple goes down, purple now becomes a Z, and now we've got a 2 or 3 cell pentomino. That's not going to work. So in fact, purple goes up like this, and now purple again can't take that because that's what this whole notation means. So that is my last cell of purple, and purple has indeed made an F. Let's give this thing a color now. This thing can be green because it's definitely not going to touch green. I see. Okay. F to pay respects to purple. Indeed. So this thing, the other purple is forced, I am being told by reliable sources. I think purple always takes this cell, because if purple doesn't take this cell, then I run into this problem that if purple doesn't take this cell, it's obligated to take that shape, which is fine, except it isolates this cell. So this cell is always purple. And now if purple takes this cell, now that cell's isolated, so we can't do that either. So now we have, is this a W? No, this is, what on earth letter is this again? I don't remember what letter people associated with this. There we go. So purple is done. Y. It is a Y. There we go. Okay. So we've got all of that stuff happening. I'm not at risk of a WW situation over here. Halberd is a great name for this. Someone has identified that there's an octuple somewhere, but I haven't found it yet. Oh, there's a 4-7 pair there. That's where the octuple is. There's a 4-7 pair there pointing at an 8. So this is not an 8 anymore. Okay, so these two have a sum which is repeated twice here. It's definitely not 8, 9. Because if it were 8, 9, then these would all be 8, 9, and that's too many 8, 9s for box 2, so we can do that. If it were 8, 7, we have the problem that the sum is 15, and this can't be either sum to 15 because we have an 8, 7 in that row and a 6, 9 there as well, so that's not possible either. So this is either a 4 and an 8 or a 5 and an 8. Let's see. Do I know something like that I need a 7 or that I need an 8? I probably do if I think about it very hard. Okay. So Carl has the good way to look at this. I was looking at this domino, but Carl was wisely looking at this domino and asking, if this domino doesn't have a 9 in it, what's the largest it could sum to? And the answer is 11. But the minimum sum is actually 12. So this domino definitely contains a 9, which makes that a 6 and that a 9. So this could now just get away with being... Oh, no, this can't be 6, 7. Sorry. Now, if this domino doesn't have an 8 in it, now the largest this could be is, 7, 5. Darn it, 7, 5 does work. But it doesn't have a 6. So it does have a 7 or an 8. 1 second. I'm going to take a real quick break. I'll be back in just a minute. Alrighty, so let us continue our adventure. So I guess I know two options, right? This is either 4 and 9 or 3 and 9. So I should fill in that those are from 3, 4, 9. Let's see. And yeah, here there has to be a 7 or an 8. Hey, Nicholas, welcome back. I hope you're doing well. If this is a 4, that's a 2, 3. I'm looking to see if there's some sort of weird option thing going on here. I don't think so. That's a good point. This line is now very interesting because now there's definitely a 1 and a 2 over here just by the row. Oh, sorry, that's not true. Sorry, a digit goes there. We do put digits in gray cells in this puzzle, right? Yeah, normal Sudoku rules apply. Sorry. But the sum over here now can't be 6, 7, 8, or 9. And it can't be 4 either. So the sum over here is 3 or 5 only. Which is quite interesting. I guess 6 in this box by Sudoku always goes in one of those cells. I don't know if that's immediately interesting or not. It's true about the 1. Screaming Ice Cube points out, I'm definitely not putting a 1 in this sum because I know this sum is 12 or 13. So that 1 goes over here. Okay, so let's contemplate the nature of this cell. So as I said, it's not 6, 7, 8, or 9 because of that observation over there. So let's see, what else could it be? So remember, the sum over here is 3 or 5. So it's either 3 with a 1 and a 2, in which case this is 4 or 5. But it can't be, oh wait, sorry, no, I can't put the 4. 4 can't be the sum over here. Okay, let's see. Row 7, column 3. This is 5 because otherwise the sum of yellow lines would be more than 17. Okay, so let me contemplate how that works. Oh, row 7, column 3. Sorry, this one. Sorry, I don't know why I went to row 7, column 6. If this is 2 or 3, then the point is, what are the digits in here? And so let's just take the case where it's 2. If this is 2, now this pentomino doesn't have a 2 in it. And so it's a minimum of 1, 3, 4, 5, 6, which is 20. That doesn't work. And if this were a 3, it would mean this is 5 digits that don't have a sum, that don't have a 3. That would be a minimum of 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, which is 18. That's too big, too. So this can't be 2 or 3. It's a 5. And the reason why it can't be that big, by the way, is because the sum of this whole pentomino is also the sum of these 2 digits. So I could have, like, immediately filled in that if I wanted. That would have been a smart thing if I'd have noticed that that sort of region sum lines trick. And so now this is only 6 or 9 because of that. So we've got all of that. So if this is 1, 2, 3, it makes that 4, 5, 9. Oh, because of that 5. Right. That 5 is the point. Right. So if this were a 1, now the minimum of these is actually 4, 7, which is way too small. This is earlier I was contemplating the universe where this was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, but that's just no longer possible because of that. Or if you want to take JayForty's version, there's no longer able to be a 5 anywhere in here, so the minimum sum is 16, and so you can't possibly have a 6. in a 2-cell sum to something that's a minimum of 16. I'll take either way. So that has placed the 9 up here, as well as placing a 5 there. Oh, and making this 13, which has made that a 4. That's helpful. These two sum to 9 now. Sorry, no, they don't sum to 9 now. What am I talking about? These two sum to something now. Well, it's not 6, that's for sure. Let's see. It's not 7 either, because there are no cells that sum to, no ways of making a sum of 7 that can go here. So this is in fact an 8, and it's probably going to be 1, 7 because it's not 2, 6 or 3, 5. Yep. 8, 1, 7 now. So we've got all of that going on. Now these are a 2-cell sum to 13 as well. I think they could be 5, 8 or 6, 7. Unfortunately, I think both of them. Oh, no, they can't be 6, 7. Sorry. They have to be 5, 8 because there's a 6 already in purple. So I think these have to be 5, 8, and I know the order. Just going to give me that 4 and that 5. Like that. Okay, and so now it's being pointed out, now we do know the sum of this line, because there's a 5 on here by Sudoku, and that has to be the sum. Because there's no digits larger than 5 left in the row. So the sum is 5, and the only way we're making that 5 is as 2, 3. So therefore, these are 2, 3, 5. That one's not the 5, and therefore that's the 1. That was a very smart observation by D-Web, paying attention to that. Okay. So this is a very neat puzzle, by the way. I did not really like the break-in, but other than that, I have really liked this. Let's see. Eckbert says this is restricted. Let's see. It's not 1. Could be 2, 3. It's not 4, 5, 6. Could be 7. It's not 8 or 9. So 2, 3, 7, I guess. Okay, so these digits are big, is being pointed out by a few people in chat. Namely, these can't be 1, 2, or 3. So these are a minimum of 4 and 6 is the absolute minimum. So these need to sum to at least 10, which means they need to have a high digit in them, which means they need to have a 6 or a 7. Actually, 6 isn't big enough. If they have a 6... Sorry, they could be 6 and 7. 6 and 7, I think, would be fine. It's very helpful if I note that there's a hidden triple in row 1. And by I note, D-Web notes, there's just a 4, 8, 9 hidden triple up here, because 4, 8, 9 have to go in row 1, and this is the only place they can go. And so these can't possibly be 8, 9, because then those would have to be 8, 9. So that's not a 4. If these were 4, 8, these would need to be nothing. It doesn't work. 4, 8 would sum to 12, and none of the options work. So it can't be 4, 8, 5, 7, or 3, 9 because of the 9 in the box. So these aren't 4, 8. They're 4, 9. Which makes that an 8. And so these now sum to 13. Hey, Kodak. D-Web stole it from Emily. Well, thank you, Emily. So now these sum to 13, and they're not 4, 9, or 5, 8, so they need to be 6, 7. So that is not a 7 anymore. And now we now get to do Sudoku again, because now where do 6 and 7 go in this box? And the answer is they only go there, which tells me that yellow is a W. Which is a very Zeta friendly deduction. So we get that. Let's see. This is exactly the way I would do this if I were setting this. That's exactly the thing that I would do. So as Tristan points out, that means this is a 5 because of the way this line works. Because remember, the sum was 5 for the 1 cell side. These two are on the same line. These two are on the same line, but that line's not the same as this line, because if these two are on the same line, it's a Z, and I've isolated some stuff. But that means this is just forced to be another P. So we have that, and I am willing to give this a color now. It can be orange. This digit is a 2 or a 3, and this digit is the other one for the row, which seems to be a 1. Let's see. Okay, I'm just checking to see if this goes down into this line, if anything interesting happens, but as of yet, nothing I see that is interesting has happened, but we will wait and see. We probably have to do more Sudoku. Like 5 in this box is definitely in one of those 2 cells, just by Sudoku, so it's in one of those 2 cells in this box. Oh, sorry, Sven has spotted that actually my scanning about 5s is bad. This is 5 only goes here. So let me try and fill these in. So these are a 2, a 3, and a 6. That one's not the 6. So that's a 2, 3 pair in this column, for whatever that's worth. Drzalander asks why these are necessarily in the same pentomino, and it's because if they were in different pentominoes, this digit and that digit would have to be the same as that digit. They'd have to all be 5s. 8 in column 5 is in one of these places, is pointed out by several people in chat, and it's not there. Because if 8 in column 5 is here, now the sum would have to be 9, but the 9 in the column is gone. Or I guess another way to say it is the 8 is the largest digit in the column. And so now green has to come down, because there's no way that, again, these two are in the same sum, because then the sum would be at least 9, and that doesn't work. So that's green, and I actually know this is not green. And by the way, welcome, Drzalander. Nice to see you. So these are not 3, 5, or 1, 7, owing to the 1, 7 there. So this is always 2, 6, points out a couple of people in chat, including, I think, Nicholas and Carl. So that is going to give us all the digits and all the sums. Bouncing around like that. Now, Tristan and a few other people tell me we want to avoid an FF situation, because the purple is an F, so green can't be an F. So green can't actually take that, and so green is obligated to be a Z. Looking like that. This pentomino, I don't know what it is, but I know it at least takes all of these cells. Just because what else is it going to do? I would like to mark these cells. See, this is a naked 7 because, remember, I'm not allowed to repeat digits inside a pentomino. Sven doesn't know that, but we can take over for Sven and fill that in. So this is a 1 or a 3. That's a 4 or a 9. Sure. let's see. I guess I know there's an omino that starts over here. It's going to crash into this line, but I guess I don't know it's not an I or something. Could even be a T. There's a lot of options. Let's see. There is an omino that starts here, which could be orange, but I certainly know these two are in the same omino, so I might as well mark that. These two are in the same omino, so I can mark that. Ah, okay. JayForty is saying I should ask the reverse question, which is which omino does this cell go with? And it can't go with red because it's too far away from red. So it always goes with this cell. And so now this thing is at least 3 cells in size. Let's make it yellow. And now I can't possibly make this not yellow, because if I make this not yellow, then all of this is yellow. But now, oh no, that does work. Those could be the same digit. Sorry, I think that is possible with the things I filled in. Let me fill in the Sudoku stuff here first, and then we will contemplate the nature and purpose of reality. Okay, it is not possible given the way that this is marked. Because if this is not yellow, all of this becomes yellow, and now I need these 3 digits to sum to that. But 5 plus 3, which is the minimum these two can be, is already too big. So therefore, that's yellow. I can get rid of this marking now that we have this. Also, the other end can't be 6 or 7. Good point. We have multiple proofs that this does not work. I think this cell's now always red, because red can't get away with not touching this line, but red certainly can't only touch the line in the middle, and it can't only touch it at the top. So red has to take this cell no matter what. Well, the sum of this line is a double-digit number, so red's certainly never taking that cell. While we are at it, these two are certainly in the same pentomino, because of the fact that this is at least a double-digit sum. I mean, it's not a triple-digit sum. It is a double-digit sum, but I don't know which. These two also are forced to hit this line in the same by the exact same argument, and they can't only hit it in the middle. So exactly the same argument tells me that in fact these 3 are in the same omino as well. And I think it's going to be an N, but let's try and see what happens if we try and make these different. So if I make these different, I guess I force this over here. I guess that does actually work. Oh, yeah, that doesn't work. Yeah, if this is orange, I break this region sum line. So if these two do join, now red has to take this, and now this cell is isolated. So in fact, orange doesn't take this cell, and that's going to force orange to come down here like that. But again, I know that those two are in the same, so that actually forces all of orange. And now this cell must be yellow because it comes down here. Let's see. Let's see. Wait, did I miss a case? I think chat is arguing that I did not. Red can't take row 5, column 7. So the question is, why can't red take row 5, column 7? Because red has to take this cell or this line breaks. I think chat had a different reason, but that was my reasoning why, is that I know one of the ends of this length 3 line is in the same omino, and as soon as orange joins those, it's not orange. So those would both be red, and now this cell is nothing. So that does indeed force that, I think. Uh-oh, Glob Glob thinks we broke it. That's not good. Uh, the only that's where it was the repeating the T part. See, it was the red being T touches T if I did that, if I didn't have red take a cell on the line. Okay, so now this cell is definitely red. And now this can be our last omino. I don't want to make it blue, even though blue would be the obvious color because it completely camouflages the thing over there. So it's going to be purple. So now we've got this. So it was being pointed out this can't possibly be 9 because I think this is Carl. If this is 9, then now the sum here is a minimum of 20, which I cannot do in 2, so that has to be 3. Also, this cell can't be 8 because of Sudoku, so that cell's 9, and now that cell's 4 by Sudoku. 2, 3, 4, 9. 2. So we've got all of that. If I look at where 9 goes, it's actually placed here in this box by a combination of like killer cage stuff. Let's see. So now, what's the minimum this sum can be? The minimum this sum can be is 14. So this needs to be at least 4, but it can't be 4. Could be 5, not 6, 7. Could be 8. Oh, it can't be 8, actually. This is only 5. So this is now forced to be 5. So now these two need to add to 11, which they only do as 5 and 6, which has made that a 7 and a 6 and a 7. I can do that. By Sudoku means by any constraint that involves repeating of digits, is my definition of by Sudoku. Very cool puzzle there. In fact, we'll give it the heart. Very cool. Very smooth and everything. Like I said, the only thing I didn't particularly enjoy there was this sort of like, through some ridiculous combination, you ended up with like an L touching an L in the beginning, at least the way we did it. There might have been a smarter way to do it that was a little less messy than the way we ended up sort of navigating it. But every other step here was super, super smooth and cool. And yeah, as Selena says, this did an excellent job of entwining the region building and the Sudoku and everything else through here. And I loved how often the fact that digits didn't repeat in Pentominoes came up. Like that is a hard thing to base your puzzle around, but it came up over and over again, which I was impressed. Also, I realized I'm missing this red line. So I was a big fan of this construction. I think that is very cool. So anyway, I'm going to take a quick break. And I'll be back with another puzzle. So see you all in just a moment. All right, welcome back, everyone. Next, we have a puzzle by JayForty, which uses the rule set from exclusivity, which is exciting because that was what I was hoping would happen. So let us see how this goes. Now, funnily enough, I was considering setting a sequel to exclusivity that had this many cells on region sum lines, and I had some sort of break-in based around that I have now completely forgotten, if I'm being honest, but that maybe we'll rediscover together exactly what the break-in that Zeta had in mind was, that involved. Actually, I think in my version, I wanted to do some sort of divisible by 3 thing. So I think I wanted there to be, I don't know. I had some idea that I liked a lot, and I've now completely forgotten it. Anyway, so we have region sum lines that now work exactly like the previous ones, except you have to imagine that there's a pentomino that contains each of these that's in the box. So those two have the same sum of those. These two have the same sum as that. Our white dots indicate just that these digits are consecutive. Black dots indicate just that one of these is double the other. And interestingly, that means that once you get to the last rule, which is that digits don't repeat on clue types, that means that everything except 5, 7, and 9 shows up on one of these. And so now we have the Nabner-Renbon pairs, where the Renbon need to be strings of 3 consecutive digits in any order, and the Nabner lines need to contain no repeated digits and not contain any pair of consecutive digits either. Let's see. So I feel like I should be able to do math with the fact that there's 8 of 9 cells on region sum lines. That tells me the total sum of the digits on the region sum lines is divisible by 4. No, that does not tell me that. It just tells me the sum of the numbers on region sum lines is even, which means the digit that's not on the region sum lines is odd, right? Because 1 through 9 sum to an odd number, so I need to omit an odd number in order to get that. So I can make a very powerful deduction. This cell is not 2, because there must be a 2 on the region sum lines. And it can't be there because 2 being 1 plus 1 would repeat the 1 on region sum lines. So I am very convinced that I am thinking about the right thing and that this is the intended break-in, because the fact that this is not a 2 is very powerful. Okay, so let's think about Garian's point instead, which is that my Renbon need to one of them is 1, 2, 3. One of them is 4, 5, 6, and one of them is 7, 8, 9. What does that do for us? Let's see. I'm trying to think here about. You can't put both 1 and 2 on the net. Got it. Okay, yeah. So one of these is 1, 2, 3. That's the point. Okay, one of these is 1, 2, 3. And the point is, if I put the 3 here, that has made these 1 and 2. And if I put the 1 here, that has made these 2 and 3. Both of those have put consecutive digits on the Nabner line. So therefore, I have to put the middle digit over here, and the middle digits are 2, 5, and 8. So I get a 2, 5, 8 triple. Okay. And I should remember 2, 4 is not a valid black dot combination in this puzzle. As much as 2, 4 is normally a valid black dot combination, I cannot do that because I need a 1 on a black dot, and that is going to consume the 2. and I need an 8, and that is going to consume the other thing. So I'm trying to think if this 258 triple here, I'm trying to think if that sees in some way, shape, or form the black dots. I don't think it quite does, but it's getting there, because the reason is because 2 and 8 are among these digits. That's why I'm focused on that question. So there is a ketchuping incident, though, because one can ask where this digit goes on the Nabner lines. It certainly isn't allowed to go on this Nabner line. It's not allowed to repeat on the Renbon at all, so it's not allowed to go on any of those cells, and it sees that one by Sudoku. So that red 258 goes here. All right. And now, where does this 258 go on a Nabner line? Again, it can't repeat anywhere. It's not going on the one that's in the box. It's not repeating on a Renbon. So this is going to be relish its way up there, 258. And likewise, this one, the mustard of the group, it needs to show up somewhere, and it can only show up here. Okay, so now we need to investigate for which black dot it is that sees all of 2, 5, and 8. That one sees all of 2, 5, and 8. So this is not 2, 5, or 8, because it sees green and red in its row and yellow in its column. So we're going to mark that of the digits this can be, it's not 5, 7, 9, and it's not 2 or 8 either. So this is only 1, 3, 6, or 4. Oh, we can in fact place ketchup in box 5, points out Globaglob. That is a much smarter observation, because that will make this really helpful, because now this dot is forced. Oh, and we don't get to use the fact that it can't be 2, 4, because just ruling off 2 and 8 just kills every possibility here. So this can't be 3, 6 anymore. Or sorry, so this can't be anything but 3, 6. So this is either 1, 2, or 4, 8. If I look at this. And so this is either ketchup or relish, because it is a 2 or an 8. But this is the one with the relish. So this is ketchup. Because this black dot needs a 2 or an 8. So it needs a ketchup or a relish. But if I look at it, the only thing it can have is a relish. So one of these two, I'm going to do something I don't normally do, which is to mark that one of those two is green circle. But now this needs one of the 3 condiments, but it's not allowed to have mustard, and relish is already used. So therefore, this one is ketchup. And therefore, we get a digit. Because now, owing to the fact that relish is on a black dot, relish isn't 5. Owing to the fact that ketchup is on a black dot, ketchup isn't 5. And therefore, this yellow is 5. And we get to bring out Zach for the 5 dance. Ba-boop, ba-doop. Wah. Ba-doop, ba-doop. Wah. Ba-doop, ba-doop. Wah. Thank you, Zach. Thank you. It is unfortunate that 5 turned out to be yellow, but what are you going to do? So that means these are a 4, 6. If I wanted to sort of fill in my Renbon over here. Yeah, so these are 1, 2, 4, 8. I know one of these two is relish, for whatever that is worth. It's not a problem if these are 1, 2, is it? That would mean these were a minimum of 3, 4, 5, but that would easily still work over there. So I don't think that's a big problem. I can get rid of the 5s, or not get rid of the 5s, of course, but get rid of the yellowing around the 5s. Because I know that red circles over here, so I know red circles in one of these 2 cells. I know red circles in one of these 2 cells. I'm just briefly scanning to see if there's a Zackwing on red circles. Oh boy, I hope this is red circle. If this cell turns out to be red circle, and I deduce that red circle isn't 2 by using my stupid deduction from the beginning of the puzzle, I'm going to be really happy. So let's cross our fingers and fill in red circle here and hope it works. Let's see. Unfortunately, I don't think I know anything about where red circle goes in this box. I do know that red circle in this column has to be in one of those spots. D-Web says that would be the most ludicrous thing I've ever seen in all the best ways. Yeah, agree. I should probably fill in what these digits are, which is they are 1, 2, not 2, sorry, not 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. Okay, and well, this one's certainly not 9. If I look closely at it, because it is on one of these thingies. Which means there is a 9 over here for whatever it is worth. Oh, not 6. Sorry, I don't know why I included 6. Thank you, chat. I was like, why did I bother filling that in? That's so many options. But it's fewer options if you only fill in the ones that you're allowed to use, it turns out. Let's see. Yeah, one of these is green. So therefore, one of these is odd for whatever it's worth. Okay, so the green in this box is definitely on a white dot. So the green can't go on a white dot in this box. I have no earthly idea how that helps, but apparently it helps. I mean, at least it seems like the kind of thing that would maybe help. Trying to see now if I can use one of these like sets of all the digits from 1 through 9 to rule something out and force something else to be 4, 6. Like these cells, and I guess those in particular, see most of the digits on a Renbon other than 4 and 6. And the green 2, 8. But they could be some of those 2 digits. Mekdi has spotted the first thing that I discovered. That funnily enough, Mekdi, is how I pencil marked this cell as not being 2, because it sees every cell on the region sum lines that could be a 2. We're going to eventually put one of the circles here and rule out 2 from that circle using this deduction. I am determined. I can give you 2 different proofs that these aren't 4 and 6. Does that help? Let's see. So 1, 2, 4, 8. And one of them is a green circle, and the other is the 1, 4 from that pair. No problem, no problem. I'm mostly just entertained because I remarked on that and thought it was going to be useless, and now I'm kind of half hoping it's going to be useful. But I'm very amused that your brain went the same place mine did, because all of chat made fun of me for seeing it. Welcome back, Ratfinks. So red circle, actually, if I ask where red circle goes on a region sum line, the answer is not very many places. One of these two cells is definitely red circle. And so if red circle is 2, it's this one. But we run into that. But Carl has a smart point, which is I also have to put green circle on this line. And given that I know that one of those two is red circle, I can't put both red circle and green circle on here because it would have to be 8 is 6 plus 2, which is not possible owing to this 3-6 pair. So green circle actually, because I know red circle is in one of these two places, green circle has to be down here somewhere, and it's not in the box with green circle. So green circle is in one of those, which lets us ungreen circle this cell and lets us 2-8 that and un-2-8 that. Very nice. It feels intended. Maybe I'm wrong. Oh, and in fact, it's there. People are pointing out. Good, good. Green circle can't be 2 anymore. Because if green circle is 2, this cell's 1. And so the maximum these two can sum to is 11, but the minimum these can sum to is 3, 4, 5, which is 12. So green circle, in fact, is 8 because of that. The only reason I saw that is because I'd already done that math earlier. It wasn't as though I sort of like instantly spotted that. It was just math we'd already done. So we get all of that filled in. Okay. JayForty likes that just as much as the intended path. I was wondering whether we were on the intended path or not. So these are 7, 9. That is not a 1. This can still just barely get away with being 9, can't it? I know that one of these is 8. I just want to remark. So I know the 8 over here. Yeah. So where do 2 and 4 show up on region sum lines, asks Mekdi. And so the answer is they need to show up over here. Well, 2 certainly only goes there. 4 now definitely doesn't go there. This would be 4 is 2 plus 2. So that's 4, and that's 6. Giving us all of that. Excellent. Okay, so now this white dot needs an odd, and it can't be... Well, it's 3 or 5 are the only options. Oh, and it needs an even, too. This is not 2, 4, 6, and it's not 8 either. So this is the even for this white dot, because the even isn't 8, because 7 and 9 are gone in the box, and this can't be 2, 4, or 6. Again, the even isn't 8, and it's not 2 either. So this is now 3 or 5 over here, just for the record. Okay, so this is not 1, 3, or 4, just for keeping track of what is happening here. Oh, 2 is not allowed to be on a white dot anymore, right? Selena points out. So all other evens do show up on a white dot, although unfortunately the biggest thing that tells us is that 8 shows up on a white dot, but I already knew 8 showed up on a white dot, unfortunately. One of these is 6. Ha! Zackwing. One of these is 6, and one of those is 6, so therefore that's 6. So now that's 6. Oh, not quite. Sorry, that doesn't quite follow, unfortunately, because the 6 could be in one of those two spots, unfortunately. But hey, at least that's 6. Uh, uh, okay, well, that's all the evens in this box. So these are all odd, which tells me that this is odd. So sure. Uh, yep, MJ, agree. The missing digit's odd. Uh, that's true. I do now know this digit is odd because it also sees the 2468 thing. Uh, let's see. Do I want to say anything here? Well, I know that 4 is over in one of these cells. So 4 is in this column somewhere. Uh, one in column 5, that's a good spot. One in column 5 is definitely in one of these two cells. Uh, does the math work out if this is 357 and that's 9? It does not. So I don't think this can actually be a 1. Wait, could this be 359? Oh, no, it could be 359 with a 7 there. Never mind, it's fine. Oh, 2 is placed in row 3. That's true. By the way, I don't need the condiments anymore. 357 is what? Not all the odds are on the region sum lines, though. One odd is omitted. Let's see. 2 in column 7 is definitely in one of those two cells. I agree with that. Uh, let's see. People are encouraging me to look at column 7. Oh, 2 in column 7. I see. 2 in this column. 2 in this column is there. That's slick. So we get that. My ability to count column numbers is not consistent, we'll say. Let's see. So Selena has typed this up in a way that I like, which is to say, if you total all the region sum lines, you get 45 minus the missing number. But you can also take away these numbers, which is to say 45 minus 12 is 33. And so 33 minus the missing number divided by 2 is the sum over here. So that is between 16 and 33 minus 9 is 24. So it's between 12 and 16. And so if it's between 12 and 16, that means this number has to be between 4 and 8. However, Selena's point is this number of those can only possibly be 7, which is a good choice. Yeah, I mean, it also had to be odd, but I didn't have to go that far, Jaleb. I knew there was only going to be one option once we got there. Okay, and so now if I don't use the 7, well, now that I'm not allowed to use the 7, if I use neither a 1 nor a 7, then this would sum to what? It would sum to 1, 3, 5. Sorry, it would sum to 3, 5, 9. 3, 5, 9 is not 15. 3, 5, 9 is 17. So I have to use the 1. So now these two need to be two odd digits that sum to 14. So they have to be 5 and 9, and I know the order, which has now made that a 6. Let's see. That's the 7 for the box by Sudoku, because we have a 7-9 pair looking down. That is a 3. In order to make all of that work. This row has a 1, 3, and a 9 left. I don't think I get a lot of leverage out of that. There is a 5 up here with a 4 and 8. So these are a 4, 5, 8 triple now. Now, I know I've got an 8 up here. 4 or a 6. Wow, yeah. D-Web points out this is not a 5 because this cell can be neither 4 nor 6. It can't be 4 because of the corner marks. It can't be 6 because of the row. So this is 4, 8. So this is 3, 5, or 9. Except it's not 5, as Sven will tell you. It's 3 or 9. Yeah, there's no 2 on the white dots at all. And I know one of these... Oh! I know one of these is 8, 9, and it's not that one, right? There... That's how I should have done this, right? One of these 2 dots had to be 8, 9, because I need a 9 on a white dot, because I don't have a 1 on a white dot. Actually, wait, do I need a 9 on a white dot? Maybe I don't need a 9 on a white dot. No, because I can omit one more odd digit from white dots. That is okay. Yeah, I only have 6 white dot digits, so I get one more odd that can hang out off of them. Let's see. Looking at Sudoku stuff to see if anything interesting happens. So I can get a 6 corner mark, which gives me a 6 corner mark in one of those 2 cells. It doesn't seem incredibly useful. So what about 2s? I've got a lot of 2s placed, but I still have sort of like a little 2 wing over here. We know this isn't 4, 5. I think we've proven a couple different ways this isn't 4, 5. We now have a simpler proof available than our earlier proof, though, because if this was 4, 5, it would break those dots. Those would both be 8. But we proved this wasn't 4, 5 earlier in some other way as well. Let's see. Let me pencil mark this column recreationally. See what happens. So this is definitely not a 1. Seems to be 3, 6, or 7. Sure is. Todd asks us where 7, 8 go in box 9. Yes, that'll do it. Yeah, 7, 8, and box 9 are getting pushed over to here, which gets out the 2 and places a 2 there, placing a 2 there. And now we've got all our 2s. So this is a 3 or a 9. Oh, it's in fact not a 3 even. This is a naked 9 because it's 1, 3, or 9, but it's not 3 and it's not 1. So this is a naked 9, which makes that a 9. Makes that a 7. Makes that an 8 and a 7. That does indeed seem to have done a lot of damage. Great spot there. Let's go ahead and mark up this box while we're at it so that we can fill in our free 3. Oh, that 1, 3 pair looks down at that and makes that a 5. I'm willing to do that. Row 3, column 4. Let's see, it's avocado says this can't be 1. I don't think I see it immediately. Let's see, these are a pair. They're a 7, 9 pair, in fact. Once you sort of fill that in. Let's see. There's a 7 over here somewhere. There is a 7, 9 pair in row 6. I agree with that, so that's not a 7. Let's see. Row 8, column 4 is not 7. I'm very confident that that's row 8, column 4 today. And I agree it is not 7, but I also suspect that is not the cell we're discussing. But we're also not discussing row 4, column 8. So I'm not quite sure which cell Jim is referring to. Also, row 4, column 4 is not 7. There we go. Yes, that's right, because that's a 7, 9 pair. Great. Okay. So one of those is 7. One of these is, or these are 3, 4, 6. That's huge. That 3, 4, 6 tells me that this is not a 3. Because then this would be 3, 4, and that would make this cell have no value. So this is a 9 and an 8. Oops. Ah! There we go. So this is not a 7 anymore. Oops. And this cell now definitely sees a 3, 6. Because there's a 3 or a 6 here, and that's a different 3, 6. So this cell is now a 1. Am I dropping frames? I've dropped 67 total frames, so I should be okay on that. I think. So that's now the 7, because one of those had to be a 7, you may recall. Let us see here. These are not that many things. They're not 4s. So that's a 3, 6 pair, and that makes that a 1. Oh, some people in chat were talking about placing a 1 somewhere. I bet that's where they wanted me to place the 1. Because that will give me the 3 and the 1, which will give me the 6 and the 5. Which will give me the 4 and the 3. Give me the 3 here, 4 and 3 there. 3 there. 4 there. 6 there. 1 and 3. 9 and 1. 6. This is something. Why am I not letting Mark fill it in for me, though? There we go. We'll let Mark fill it in. 6, 5, 7, 8, 4, 9, 4759714 897595158. Fantastic. I really enjoyed that puzzle. Really nice. Uh, I really particularly enjoyed the playing the 2 5/8s against the black dots. It was very well telegraphed and very cool. My only complaint is that we didn't use my deduction to deduce this cell. But very very nice. Oh yes, no threes in the corner. All right, I am going to take a quick break, stretch, and come back with another puzzle. But great work there. I really enjoyed that from beginning to end. So see you all in just a moment. Alrighty, welcome back. Next up, I have this cute-looking puzzle by Misha, where we have some some XVs, some German whispers, some thermos, and some abnormally large white dots. So first of all, not all of anything is given. Second, the X's mean they sum to 10. The V's mean they sum to 5. Along these green lines, we need to make sure adjacent digits need to differ by at least 5. And along the thermos, we need to make sure the numbers get bigger as we go along. So a good place to start is often to write 1, 2, 3, 4 into all the V's. And I will do that as well as marking my high-low coloring. And so the reason why the high-low coloring is useful is that along green lines, we always have alternating between 6, 7, 8, 9s and 1, 2, 3, 4s. And now we can do some things like, well, this certainly isn't 6, because 6 would put a 1 in both of these cells, which breaks by Sudoku. But now that means that's also high. Likewise, this can't be a 4, so that can't be a 1. This can't be a 9, so that can't be a 1, so that can't be a 4. Because if this were a 9, that would have to be bigger. Also, this number is bigger than an orange digit, so it's orange. Which makes all of those orange and makes all of these blue. So we got that. Sorry, Lucky, I got that just as you said it. Let's see. Row 5, column 5, Globaglob points out, is smaller than a low digit, so it's probably low. I would be willing to believe that. Let's see. We've got one more to go. Let's see. I don't quite... Right. This can't be blue, so this is 5 or high. If we want to use the green-orange stuff. And so this is also green-orange. There we go. Okay. Got it. Okay, so Garion has noticed this thermo is interesting. And so the point is, this cell can be anything. However, this cell can't be blue, because if this were blue, that would be blue, and that would be 5 blues in the box. So this cell is green-orange, and this cell is bigger than green-orange, which makes it orange, which makes that orange, which makes that blue, which makes this green-orange across the dot as well. That is 4 blues in the column, which has made that orange, which has made both of these orange, which has made both of these blue. This is also green-orange now. In fact, everything in the column now is green-orange. And that one's not green, because then that would also be green, and you can't have 2 greens in a row. So that's all the blues. So everything left in this row is blue, because we've got 5 orange greens, which is all the orange greens there are. So we can do that. That's orange or green. Yeah, the numbers along the green lines have to alternate high and low. It's avocado because of the differing by at least 5. Yes. Sorry. There's a orange, orange, orange quadruple in this box, which has made this a 5, points out Carl. So we will bring out Zach for the 5 dance. Boop, 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 Ba-doop, ba-doop. Whoa. Ba-doop, ba-doop. Wee. Ba-doop, 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 ba-doop. Wah-ha! Thank you, Zach. Thank you. So these aren't green anymore. And so I was going to say, so does that mean one of these is green? No, not necessarily. Well, that one's not green anymore, at least. Let's see. I do know one of these is a 1 for whatever it is worth. This is a 1, 2, 3 for whatever it is worth. Oh, where does the 4 go in this column? That's the question. The 4 needs to go in one of the blue cells, and it can only go there, right? Because it can't go in the bulb, and it can't go there because that would make those double 9. So that's the 4, which then means that's the 1, which then makes these 2, 3, which makes that a 1. Makes these 2, 3. Means one of these two now is 6. Okay. This is Nicholas's point. This cell is green or orange just by counting. However, if I make this orange, I make that orange too, and then the box has 5 oranges. So I can't make this orange. This must be green. Which gives us that, and means that is not orange. Oh, yes, and these are both blue because we've got all our oranges and our green. And this is blue because of the row. It's all of our blues. This certainly isn't 6 anymore. So therefore that is 6. Because I needed a 6 somewhere. This is 7, 8, or 9. So there's an... Oh, yeah, there's an 8 somewhere along this thermo, but I don't know where as of yet. This is a 4 just by looking for where the 4 goes in this row. It has to go in a blue cell. So from 2, 3. Yes. Sarah is pointing out that along this thermo, I need to find a digit that is consecutive with 6 and between 4 and 6. And 5 is the only such digit. So this is orange, and it's the last 7, 9 for the row. Let us see here. See. Well, that's certainly not 6. That's certainly not 6. In fact, this isn't even 7 because the 1 in the box is gone. So this is only 8 or 9 for what it is worth. Oh, right. These two cells are on a thermo, Acid Helm points out. So if this were a 7, that would be the 8. That's not going to work. So this is the big one. That's the small one. So I should mark these appropriately. And in particular, that's very important because that means one of these is 7, which means that since one of those is 7, this can't be 3 because 3 is too far, or sorry, 3 is too close to 7, I should say. So these are a 1, 2 pair. Whichever of these is a 7 certainly goes with a 6. I guess that's not really saying anything. These are a 1, 4 for whatever that is worth. Row 6 needs to have a 9 in it, and these two cells are partway along a thermo. Thank you, Jay. So these are a 7, 9 pair, which actually makes that an 8 and a 7 and a 9. And so this is also an 8, 9 because the white dot has an 8 or a 9 on it, and it doesn't have and the 7 is gone, and so that's the 6, which makes that the 7, which makes that the 9, and that the 8. It makes these a 6, 7, but that can't be the 6, so that's a 7 and a 6. And that 7 goes here, and again, 7 is too close to 3, so that's a 2 and a 3. So we've got all of that. Also, this can't be 6 anymore because stuff. So that's an 8 or a 9, actually, once we keep that in mind. Let's see. This cell sees all the highs, points out Mekti, in the column, and 5, so it is blue, making it the last blue in the row. So these are all in the orange-green camp. And indeed, these are all blue as well, because, again, we've got all the oranges there. This is an 8 or a 9, I should note. So that gets us a lot more blue. Beautiful, beautiful. JLib spots. I have to put a 9 in row 1 somewhere, and it can't go on a white dot, because if it did, it would go with an 8 and would break this cell. So this has to be the 9. That's really pretty. I like that a lot. Unfortunately, it tells me almost nothing about these. But what can you do? So now it's pointed out, now this is an 8. Because it can't be 9, and it can't be as low as 7 either, because 7 only goes next to 1 and 2, and there's a 2 in the box. So that has made that an 8, which has made these a 6-7 pair. Ooh, sorry, a 6-7 pair, which has made this a 3 or a 4. Okay. So DWeb is encouraging me to think through the 5, 6, 8 that this could be, and noting that this can't actually be 8, because if this is 8, that's 7, and these two are 5 and 5 and something else, right? What is it? So wait, 8 and 7 could make these being 5 and 6. I think that's okay. Oh, actually, sorry, it is 8 and 7, because I need to ask, where does the 7, 8 go in this row? Where is the 8? The 8 can't be on this white dot, because if this 8, or if this white dot had an 8, it would break that cell. So in fact, this is 8, 7, and we know the order. Okay, sorry, I misunderstood the point. So these are 5, 6. This is now 6 or 9, with that being 1 or 4. Hey, Paulfly. Oh, and it can't be 4, apparently. So that's a 1 and a 9, which has made that an 8 and a 7. Made that a 9. I have verified Carl's point. Oh, 7 across an X goes with a 3. Fun fact. So that's not a 3, and that's not a 2. Okay. This can only be a 2 or a 3 for what it's worth. Oh, I've got all my blues in this column for whatever that is worth. Oh, so that's a 4 is the point. Because this column needs a 4, and it has to go in one of the blues, and it has nowhere else it can go. Because that can't be a 4 anymore. So these are 3 and 2 now. This is a very well put together puzzle, by the way. This cell now sees every low, so this is in the orange-green bucket that we have become fans of in this puzzle. These are a 2-3 pair by Sudoku because where do the 2 and 3 go in this box? They have to go there, which has now made that a 4, unfortunately. No pun intended. Let's see. Oh, we have a similar thing with 8 and 9 going on in this box. 8 and 9 are now sort of pushed here. Several people in chat point out. And neither 8 nor 9 can go here because that cell can't be a 9 for lots of reasons. So these are an 8-9 pair, and I actually know the order of my 8-9 pair. And in particular, this isn't green and this is orange. So that is an 8 and that is a 9, which has now made this a 7, actually, if you look at the orange digits. So this is now green or blue. If it's green, it's a 3 or a 4. So this is 3, 4, or 5. As we have learned. This cell, we have to make sure it's between 1 and 9. The blues in box 8 are a 1 and a 3. Some folks in chat have pointed out. So there is a 3 in one of those two cells. This is not blue and it's not orange. It's not blue because all the blues are in the box, and it's not orange because all the oranges are in the row. So it therefore must be green. It has no other choices, which has made this the last blue for the row. Sarah points out that this sees 1, 2, and 3 and is blue, so it's a 4, and that's a 1. I agree with that. 7 in row 9, now Carl points out, is placed there. So this is always orange, and in fact, it's always 6. These are a 2-5 pair now. Oh, which is resolved, actually. Blue and green. No green goes there. So this has to be blue. Because blue can't connect to orange on a white dot. And so this is 3, 4. But in fact, once you know that it's 3, 4, it can only be 4 and 3 in that order. Good night, Peter. Sleep well. This is a 6. This is a 3 by Sudoku. 3 still doesn't go next to a 7 on a whisper. I will learn it someday. That 7 is too close to the 3. And 1, 2, and 3, and 2, 5, and 6. So I can fix the coloring. Like that. This cell is a naked orange because it sees every low and it sees 5. And so it is a naked orange. And in fact, it's only a 6 if you actually look at it. That by the column is a 2. Let's see. This box is missing 4 and 5, I am being told. Let's see. What are these? These are 7, which is there, and 9, which is there. What are these? These are 5, which is there, and 8, which is there, and that sorts out that 9 and that 8. And that 8 means 8 and 4 are too close together, so that is a 1 and a 4. This seems to be a 4 for the column, which is going to sort out my green and blue over here. 5 and 4 go in the grid. And we can probably mark for the rest of this lovely puzzle. Very nice, Tamisha. 1 and 3. Yeah, the interactions here have been quite splendid. And so we get an 8, a 6, a 9, and a 5. Very nice. I quite enjoyed this little adventure. yeah, it has sort of a potpourri of common variants, but all of them were used quite nicely. I always fully color the puzzle to consider it complete. It's avocado, but it is, I hear, technically optional. Uh, but I think you might be a monster if you complete one of these puzzles without finishing the coloring. Uh, uh, are we not doing betting trees today because everyone will get the gambling fix during the Super Bowl? Could be. Uh, I honestly forgot until now that bet trees exist. I think Tristan is really the bet tree enthusiast in our relationship. Uh, but yeah, I usually do them if I remember when Tristan is around, but today I just did not remember. I am not going to watch the Super Bowl. I will admit. I am technically ranks started it, I suppose. I guess it's not the bet tree part that I'm less enthusiastic about. It's the like managing the bot part that I'm less enthusiastic about. Uh, but yes, happy Super Bowl day to those who celebrate. But yes, I get all of my sports fixes through reality television. So my current sport of choice is the Traders season 2. Uh, anyway, I'm going to take a quick stretch. And then be back in just a moment. So see you all quite shortly. All right, I return. Uh, yes, Traders is basically like Mafia or Werewolf, except the US version brings back like famous reality TV show people from like 15 years ago. I mean, like, I'm definitely in the target audience for people who were on Survivor first, like years before Tristan and I met. Uh, so like I'm here for seeing Parvati and Sandra and Sari and all of these people. Uh, I'm sort of surprised how big it is because I think a lot of people do not know who these people are, but it's very cool for me. But yeah, both the U.S. and the Canadian version do that, and the Canadian version has a lot of sort of Canadian reality TV people I know. I've only seen the first season of the UK. I haven't seen the second season of the UK. I'm going to guess Marty is referring to the second season. I thought the first season of the UK was one of the best ones. Uh, yes. Yeah, I have not started season 2 of the UK version, so I will not spoil it of any sort. But I have quite enjoyed second season is even better than the first. Excellent. Well, I'm now that I know it exists, I will have to hunt down the second season of the UK traders and consume it. Is it over already, or is it still going? Uh, I'm actually a couple episodes behind on the US one, even. Uh, so let us talk about the rules of this puzzle. Yeah, Survivor's back in 2 weeks, and I am super psyched. I have enjoyed New Era Survivor a great deal, even if I wasn't a huge fan of the most recent season of Survivor, if I'm being honest. But overall, the New Era seasons are, I think, among the best in Survivor. So here we have another Flinty puzzle. I did my first Flinty puzzle last stream, and I really enjoyed it. So we're going to do another Flinty puzzle. And so we need to place the digits 1 through 9 in every row, column, and box. And we need to place 9 negator cells into the grid. And so each negator contains a different digit, and there needs to be 1 negator in every row, column, and box. So if you've seen doublers, but not negators, negators are doublers, except instead of doubling the value, they negate the value by multiplying it by -1. And so killer cages give the value of the digits in the cage. They give the sum, and digits may not repeat within killer cages. And so digits can't repeat even if you have those sorts of things. So for example, how do you get 9 digits that sum to 27? You do that by including a -9. And I sometimes use corner marks to keep track of that. I know that. Now, I know the 9 negator is up here. Now, I know there needs to be a negator in each of these killer cages that has a negative sum. So I can do a little bit of my classic negator graying, which is like that. So we've got that down there. 29, actually, people point out, same exact thing. It has to have an 8 negator. Because you sum 1 through 9. Basically, you sum 1 through 9 and then subtract 16 is how you do the math, because the 8 doesn't count as positive, but then also so that. Now, this 17 cage, I realize I didn't even think about this. The 17 cage certainly has to be just a vanilla 8-9 cage, because I definitely can't put a negative digit in my 17 cage. This 3-cell 4 cage needs a negator, so in fact, this cell is a negator. I don't know what negator it is yet. Maybe some of you have figured it out. I have not yet contemplated what is going on with that, but I'm going to gray these. Now, I'll warn you, at one point during this puzzle, I will gray completely the wrong cells, and you will have to point it out to me. This can't be a negator, because then the sum of this would be not 11. So I might as well mark that off. This can't be a negator, because, again, the cage would sum to too little. And these can't be negators, because the cage would sum to too little. This 3-cell 2 cage, I am suspicious of this being a normal 3-cell 2 cage, so I think this needs to be a negator in order to make a 3-cell 2 cage work. Yes. Let's see. Could do 1, 2, -5 at least. We have to subtract at least 5, though, right? 5, 6, 7 are the numbers that we could do. Because the 8 and 9 are gone is the point. This 33 cage, this is a 9-cell 33 cage, so its negator is what? Oh, it's 2, not -2. Sorry, it's 2, not -2. Good point. Sorry. I was making it -2. Anyway, I'm just going to delete that. That's right. This cage could have 2 negators. That's a good point. So I don't actually know what's going on with this cage as far as negators go. Uh, I know the negators that are in it sum to 6. All right. It could even maybe have 3 negators. That's true, although probably not with that cell there. Let's see. Oh, I did not finish graying this. Oh, also this cell is certainly gray because I can't use a negative number in a 2-cell sum to 10. That's going to be a problem. Let's see. What is the negator in the -4? So the -4 cage needs to be 7, 1, 2. So because of the fact that the 8 and 9 are gone. So we have now spent the 7 negator, and so now, oh right, the 8-9 pair actually removes these from being 8 or 9, which means they're not the negators, because the negator in this row is 8 and the negator in this row is 9. So that 8-9 pair actually does clean up those. Good point from chat. This now has to be 1, 2, 6, right? I think 1, 2, 6 is my only way to do this now that the 7 is gone. And so once this is 1, 2, 6, now because the negators in this cage sum to 6, I now know there's not just one of them. So this can't be the doubler anymore, because if this were the doubler, I would only be able to put one doubler in this cage. That's very clever. So that's not a doubler, and for the same reason, that is not a negator. That is not a negator. So we get all of that. Yes, suddenly we're doubling as well. Yeah, I do seem to recall doing like a between lines puzzle by, I think it was Dad Jokes, that had both doublers and negators in it. Oh yeah, apparently I have some 9s hanging out in these gray cells for no reason. That is a good point from Nicholas. This is now forced to be 6, 7. If we're into killer Sudoku stuff, because of that 8, 9 being gone. Very nice. Okay, so JayForty now points out this. Selena, you should look at Tesseralis' 6x6x6 puzzle. It is almost what you were describing. It is basically what you're describing. So the absolute minimum that this sums to is now 3, 4 minus 5, which is what it has to be. And so I think that now is our first digit. So we get to do a 5 dance. Boop boop ba-doop. Wah. Ba-doop ba-doop. Wah. Ba-doop ba-doop. Wee. Ba-doop 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 ba-doop. Thank you, Zach. Yes, it is a hell of a puzzle. One second. Let me pull up this puzzle just since you talked about it. We'll take a second to look at Tesseralis' opus magnum opus, whatever the phrase is. Yeah, we've done a lot of 5. Setters have clearly been giving into microstudies 5 dance MVP propaganda. Okay, let's see if I can find this real quick. Let's see, there we go. Let me see if you can see this. I probably have to switch to that mode so that you can mostly see what is going on here. So yeah, so this is a 6 6x6 puzzles, and every row, column, and box of every puzzle has a modifier. However, there are 6 kinds of modifiers, including, delightfully, square root is one of the types of modifiers that appeared in this puzzle. Also, the puzzle includes a reference, which is delightful and wonderful. where you can see the values of all of these things. And this is definitely one of the most memorable puzzles I have ever solved. Can you share a link? I don't think I can, but I think Tristan can. Oh, maybe I can actually. Let me see if I can do this or not. There we go. I think that that should be a link. Okay. Anyway, sorry. Only because it was mentioned and because I remember that. I did solve this on stream, by the way. So if you want, you can go back and watch me solve it. It took a while, but not by any means the longest. But it was definitely an adventure. Okay, there we go. So there is a 5. So these aren't 2, 6 anymore, for what it's worth. There is a 5 in one of these cells. Oh, oops. Sudoku pad scene, indeed. Oh, Josh has made a beautiful point. Let's find Josh's beautiful point. How far back do I do? If this is negated, how would the 33 cage get 2 negators? Oh, wow. Yeah, that is beautiful. Yeah, so there can be 3 negators in this cage, or 2. We don't know which. However, this cell actually would rule a negator out of there and there. And so then you'd only actually have room for 1 negator because of column 5. That is a very good spot to you. So that is yellow. I'm pretty sure it's still Battleships by Naverio, though. But yeah, we should try and get volunteer community members to record solve lengths into the spreadsheet. That would probably help. So that is indeed our 9. And so that is a 9 by Sudoku, which is an 8 and a 9. Oh, it's Highways and Byways by Jay Dyer. That was longer. Okay, one of these is a 9. Caterpillar Doku. Caterpillar Doku definitely also was long, although it's questionable whether you can consider that one puzzle or not. So now it's being pointed out by a few people in chat. These are a minimum of 3, 4. Minus... Sorry, it can't be 3, 4 minus 4 even. So they're a minimum of 3, 5 minus 4, right? 3, 5 minus 4. It has to be that. Because I need these two to sum to at most 8, if you think about it. Because this can be in terms of negative stuff, this can be at most -4. So these need to sum to at most 8. But 3, 4 doesn't work. And so the only option is 3, 5, and 4. That's my proof. There we go. One of these two is the negator for column 6. So that is not a negator, has been pointed out. Let's see. And so now it is impossible that there are 2 negators in the 33 cage. Now there are 3 negators in the 33 cage, because remember the negators in the 33 cage sum to 6. And they can't be a 2-cell sum because the 2-cell sums are 1, 5, and 2, 4. That's really cute. So these are negators. And we can do some more graying. Gray that as well. I really like that. So that is an 8. We know one of these is the negator. These are certainly 1, 2, 3. That one's not a 3 because there's a 3, 5 pair looking down at it. And these, remember, are from 1, 2, 3 as well. Because of negator, or because that's what our negators are. There's also a 1, 2, 3 in here. So we can start ketchuping. Because where is this 1, 2, 3 negated? This 1, 2, 3 is not negated here, and it's not negated there. So it's of necessity negated here. And so now this 1, 2, 3, where does it show up in the 6 cage? It shows up there. And so this 1, 2, 3, it shows up in there somewhere. Right. This digit can't repeat in the 35 cage, so this is also ketchup. That's a good point. And likewise, this cell is also relish. So we've got all of that going on. 8 is placed in box 4, has been called. So that's an 8, and that's a 9. Relish in column 6 goes here. That is smart. So now relish is 2, because this is a 1 or a 2, but 1 is too small. So relish is everywhere equal to 2. So we can get rid of that. This is now a 1, 5, points out Lakia, and we know the order of the 1, 5. 2, not 2. Oh, yeah, right. We said this was a 2, meaning these had to be 8, 9, and then I didn't actually fill in the 8, 9, which was probably helpful. So we have gotten all of that. Okay. Okay, what is left in this column? Maybe that is worth marking because it's not 3 or 5. 6, 7, and 9. Well, this is not a 9, so this is a 4 or a 5 over here. When you say the row, which row, Paul Fly? So we know it's a 1 or a 3 that's negated. Oh, yeah, wow, yep, that does it. Yep, that's gorgeous. Okay, I now understand, yes. So if this were a 1 negator, now neither of these can be a negator, and they can neither be 1, and nor can they be 1, so they're both 2. That's the point. So I can't negate the 1 anywhere. So therefore I am negating the 3 here, which means that, in fact, ketchup is the one that's 1. That's the 3. That is a very cool deduction. Okay. Oh, yes, one more ketchup, right. This is a 1, and I can get rid of my condiments now. People see a 10 cage I have not yet spotted. Oh, this 10 cage? That has to be 3, 7, or 4, 6. I guess I can fill that in because this can't be a 4, so that can't be a 6. This can't be a 7, so that can't be a 3. So we've got all of that. This 8 is 2. Oh, this 8 just is 2, 6. That's the only option. So that 2, 6 looks over and actually says this is a 7 and a 4, which makes that a 6 and that a 9. That seems helpful. Eckbert points out that we have a 1 here by Sudoku using the 1 in that cage. have a 1 in one of these two cells. I don't think I know which one yet. Let's see. These are just a triple. I might as well fill them in. They're not 3, 4, and they're not 1, 2, or 6. So those are a 5, 7 pair, making that an 8. People very much appreciated your deduction, Paul Fly, even if your chat wasn't working. So these aren't that, or 7, or 2. So we've got that. Let's see. Josh wants me to look at row 8 and notice that that is a 3. So these aren't 3. This isn't a 6. That's not a 6 either. In fact, it's a 5. And so this is just an 8, 9 left over. These are a pair of some sort. They're 4, 6. Let's see, I should probably fill in these as well. Those are 2, 7, so that is a naked 3, and a naked 8, and a naked 9. So we've got all of that. 8 in this box is placed. It's there, which makes that a 9 and that an 8. Let's see. This column looks a little weak. 5, 6, 7 sure is. Oh, box 8 needs an 8, and it's the last 8. Box 8 needs an 8, and it's the last 8. Oh, and this column now, it doesn't have that much left in it, actually, when you keep in mind that it can't actually be 6 or 7. So that's a 5. Which makes that a 3 or 4. It's not a 7 either, because there's a 6, 7 there. No 5 there. This is a 5, 6, or 7 itself. This row has a 2, 6, 7 triple, J.O.E has spotted. That 2, 6, 7 triple makes that a 5 and that a 7, which makes this a 1 and gray. Makes this a 6 and not gray. Makes this a 2 and a 1, which has placed the 7 here, and it's yellow, and placed the last yellow there. And that digit was a 3, and that digit was a 7. So we get to do a lot of filling in digits for free due to the, as soon as sort of anytime your sort of doubler negator things start filling in, you get a bunch of digits at once. 4, 5. Let's see. So that is not a 5. That gives me a 5, 6, 7 triple in this row, which has made that a 2 and a 7 and a 5 and a 2. And a 6 and a 2 and a 4. And a 7 and a 3 and a 4 and a 3, 4, 6. 1, 5. 7, 3, 1. 6, 4, 6. 7, 9. 6, 7. Nice puzzle there to Flinty again. Definitely one of those ones where there's so much forced at the beginning that's really cool, and it was used very well, all the sort of the beginning stuff, to sort of set up this ultimate deduction about the 1 here in this box, which is very cool. Very neat puzzle. And the sort that I would sort of like never set myself, because the things at the beginning are so forcing, and I don't know, my natural instinct rebels against putting a clue that's forcing. But it really was used well here to sort of set up a more complicated deduction later. So very neat puzzle. Good job, Flinty. I'm going to pick us out another puzzle, so I'll be back in just a moment. All right, welcome back, everyone. I'm gonna do this with a slightly trepidatious about this, but I admit this is one of those cases where Marty has made a puzzle that I have thought about making a number of times. And so now Marty has spared me from making the puzzle, so I'm just going to do Marty's version of the puzzle. Marty was here earlier. I do not know if Marty is still here. So what we have here, so I better turn on the letter tool, my very rare moment of turning on the letter tool. Tristan will put the LMD link in the chat, I'm sure. So we need to fill this 12 by 12 Sudoku using 12 different letters of the alphabet. These must be determined and can be entered in the circles at the bottom. So basically, this is just your mean mini reference to what 12 letters you're allowed to use. Each letter must appear once in every row, column, and box. And then the answer to 18 cryptic crossword clues can be found along hidden snakes, each starting... God, they're snakes. I didn't even notice they were snakes. Each starting at a colored cell, moving orthogonally between cells and finishing at the matching colored diamond. Okay, so the answer here is going to do something like that. Okay. Any cell, including a colored cell or diamond, may appear on two different snakes, but two snakes may not share more than one cell with each other. And the snake may not cross itself. Okay, that's really something. Okay. And so then we've got cryptic crossword clues here. So people in chat are going to need to remind me 6 times that the snakes can cross each other, because it's pretty ingrained in my brain that is not the case. But we'll see. This only has one solve on LMD. Oh no. So also these are not American crossword clues. I was gonna say regular crossword clues, but not these are UK crossword clues. So that means that when we look at these clues, we have to read them with the idea that everything is going to have 2 clues in it. If you've not seen anything with cryptic crosswords before, I think you can infer the number of letters by the snake thing. Oh no, is this not very colorblind friendly? Yeah, is there a version of this that has colorblind friendly clues, Tristan? If there is, I will switch. So anyway, so these are going to be sort of like weird clues, but they're sort of all double things. We should be pretty confident. What's going to be? Can the snakes touch themselves? Oh, there are numbers. It's true, right? It already is, because all the color is communicating is that those two are linked, but that is also communicated by the fact that they both have a 1. Let's see. Yeah, the numbers just match the colors. Okay, so suppress lust if led inside. So this is going to be a long one. Not for profit within a station. Let's see, okay, so trying to keep track of like how many letters I expect the answer to be. The 2 is like all the way down there, so it is going to be quite a lot of letters. And the snakes can cross, but they can't share more than 1 letter in common, which is, I think, basically so that you could do that and keep track of it. Oh, 1 is stifled. Suppress lust if led inside. Yep. It is absolutely stifled. And the reason it is stifled, if you've not seen this before, I cannot highlight in the text, but if you look at where my mouse is, the ST, if led inside, the inside is saying that the answer is in the clue, and the answer is stifle. So we are going to, I didn't actually successfully, I did turn the letter tool on. Sorry, we're going to letter tool. So this is an S, and we at least know that I guess I should put these center marked rather than that, just so that STIFLE, and I guess I should mark I also know this is an E. We do get to do a we do get to do the first ever S dance. Ba-boop ba-doop. Woo! Ba-doop ba-doop. Wah! Ba-doop ba-doop. Wee! Ba-doop 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 ba-doop. Wah! Thank you, Zach. Thank you. STIFLE. No, it's not stifled, it's stifle. And so we know, like, I can corner mark a T in one of these two. And I can corner mark an L in one of these two, for example, just to keep things being weird. Not for profit within a station. Production for people of a certain age. I'm looking for the one that's an anagram. Hero left after I joined the party. It is true. We are going to have to keep in mind we're going to have to use British spelling. That does get me sometimes when I'm doing these. The unknown person is more unusual. Could well be an anagram. How long is this? There's a 5 there. Oh, wow. This is a really long, one. Stranger for 5. STRANGER. Okay, yeah, so stranger. Let's see if I can figure out why it's stranger. Oh, yeah, yep, it is a double definition. Yep, it's a double definition. So unknown person is stranger, and is more unusual is stranger. So this is stranger. So that's an S, and that's an R. And this one, again, is going to be like that. Okay. 4 is idle. Hero left. Isn't O hero right? Oh, yeah, we can add R down here. That's a good point. STA, we can add A down here. ANG. We've already got the E and we've already got the R. Okay, so we've got a lot of the letters now. I do L for left. Oh, L for left. Oh, sorry. I was not thinking of idle as being a synonym for hero. Left after I joined the party. Okay, and the party is a do. So yeah, so I now see this. So we have left, which is just standing in for the letter L, after I, which is just the letter I, and then we have the word do for the party. So it's I do L, which is idle. So I believe that is number 4. Oops. More Survivor references. And so that means we need an O. And a D, right? We don't have a D yet. So I think that means we've now got all the letters. If someone wants to put these in alphabetical order, I will put them in alphabetical order at the bottom. If you say a do, like I'm going to a do, it means a party. like a stag do or something. Uh, had a bit of a do last night. Yeah, the stag do is, I guess, the one that I most often associate it with. Let's see. Hen do. Yeah, I guess hen do works as well. Okay, so I'm going to copy uh, what Jay has done for us. ADEFGILNORST. There we go. Many boys take in nothing. Uh, it does seem like a good D&D character name. Performances featuring Bryan Adams initially removed from gift bags. Okay, it's the Bryan Adams initially has to be a BA, or we don't even have a B. Okay, what is the initially? Oh, initially removed. I see, sorry. So it is taking off the A from Adams. We don't have an M either. Oh, I'm removing the A and the B from gift bags. Okay, I'm removing the A and the B from gift bags. And presumably that's giving me something useful. Uh, uh, let's see. Oh, that's right. This L is placed. People are noting. So we have a yellow. Do I need to go to break?
I'm just wondering if you want me to like sit in here with you and
If you want to sit here, you can do that.
we can widen out the camera so people can see me.
The 12 letters can be arranged into giant folders. That seems helpful to know. Uh, clearly, it could also be a strong field. I don't know that you're actually going to show up on camera because I can't really scoot over.
Well,
but
like I said, we can widen the camera.
uh, but people can at least hear you. Do you really want to mess this up? You can if you want. You're gonna have to undo this though.
No, I'm not.
Let's see. Might be an important deduction later on in the puzzle. It's possible. Oh, also remove FT for featuring. Okay, so Eckbert is right. So it's gigs. That is very cute. Okay, so the gift bags, you're removing Bryan Adams and featuring. So let's see. And so does 9 work for gigs? It does. And so we need to fill in the clue. So that is a G, and that's an S. And actually, we know where the G goes. The G has to go there for the gigs here, so we can sort of fill in. We at least know about that. Very good spot there for that one. A drug to give you a heavenly body. Can you turn the sound off?
Oh,
it's
sorry.
Really annoying. Drug. Someone was saying that was estrogen, I think. Let's see. 8 is loads. Yes, many is loads. Boys taking in nothing is take lads for boys and put O in it for loads. Thank you, JayForty. That's good, and I'll try not to make any jokes about that. So let's see. 8 here is going to be loads, and it's going this direct. Oh, it has to actually be ADS. So we do that. Yeah, I probably should write down the numbers, or sorry, the clues that we actually know what they are. But I don't think I have a great place to do that. So there is our loads. Let's see. Having the right to be named. So I could draw it on the screen, but I don't think that's going to work super well. I don't want to color them, Nicholas, because other clues can cross them. 16 is aged. So 16 is old, gang read periodically. So
Yep.
that is AGED. Yep. So the periodically means take every other letter, and in this case, it's starting with a second, so it is AGED. So that works. 16 is aged, and we can actually write the whole thing in there like that. And I will draw in the line for it like that. Is 6 coal. Metal sheet. I get the fossil fuel being coal, but I don't see how to get. Oh no, it just can't be coal because that would be an A in that would repeat an A in the column if it was coal. So it can't be coal. It can't be that many other fossil fuels though, can there? Not that I know which one it is, but this 18 fort starts focusing would be F on robbing. Oh yeah, it is this is absolutely fort. 18 is just fort because it's just FORT, the first letters of those next ones. So 18 is fort, and we can write. Oh, we can't quite write it in, but we know we've got an O in one of those. It can go through that 14 is the problem. 16 could be foil. Sorry, not 16. Sorry, 6. 6 could be foil. Metal sheet would be foil. Becomes first F and then fossil fuel oil. Yep, absolutely. So this is foil. I agree with that assessment. And that leads down like that. Oh, fort we can actually fill in the exact path of because there's an O in the column already. So that actually reads like that for the fort. Good. That's right. We do have a stranger. Yeah, so the stranger can't go this way. So the T has to go here for the stranger. The A has to go here. What?
Stranger does not start with STA.
Oh, sorry. It starts with STR. Oh, so we don't know anything? No, the T is still good, Tristan.
I didn't say it wasn't.
Oh, and the R is even still good.
Yeah, that's just not what you wrote.
So GER. Yeah, I don't think we quite know what happens. Yeah, Stanger. We're going to talk about the Stanger. Okay. Oh, gigs is finished because of that I. So gigs goes in like that, and we have now finished that clue. STI. The I and stifle. Actually, the I in stifle is placed, isn't it? The I in stifle has to go there. So that is the I, and then one of these two is the F for stifle. Oh God, which box is box 12? That's box 12. The R in box 12 is in one of these two cells, I am being told. That seems believable. Do we know what 17 is? Oh, 17 is the London Museum that no one is going to know except the Londoners. Do I have any Londoners to tell me the name of the London Museum? Is it disregarded Latvian language? I'm going to guess you take some stuff out of the London Museum and then you get the language. I guess we could just look for 5-letter languages that we can spell with this collection. Fat on a piece of bacon. A piece of bacon. Not quite sure what to do with that. Can you explain that to me, Nicholas? I don't see what that is. I don't see the wordplay element there. 7 is eroding, getting worn down by ignored mess. Yep. So 7 is per Selena is ignored. Sorry, is eroding, which is an anagram of ignored, with mess being the anagram indicator. Yep. So eroding, that is 7. So that is an E. Makes that a G. The N has to Eroding. Yep. Okay, so that has to be the N and the I.
And you know where the D goes as well because of row 5.
Right. That row 5 already has a D, so that's a D. And this can't be the R because of that R.
And O.
And so, yeah, now the O just has to go there. There's nowhere else for it to go.
Well, I saw it the other way because row 5 also has an O.
So we actually get the whole eroding. Very good. Let's see. Stranger. Right. This can't be the A because then this would have to be the N. So this has to be the A. And now that can't be the N, so that has to be the N. And that can't be the G, so we get stranger like that. Good. So that is all done. That hasn't resolved stifle yet, has it? It has not. And remember, this is idle. I guess I can fill in the corner marked D and the corner marked O just so that we keep track of that. Hidden GI pair in row 5, apparently.
Yep.
Row 5. I'm guessing. Yep. Those are GI. Which makes these a triple, although I don't know if I really want to write that in. L in row 4 goes here, Nicholas points out, just by Sudoku. So I guess these are a triple, although God knows what they're a triple of. A, D.
Not
One
D.
of them is an E. F, G, I. One of them is an I. No, one of them's not an I. Sorry, there's an I there that I missed. L, N. We got the N. O. We've got the O. R. S and T. E-R-T triple. What is lardon? I don't think I've ever heard this word before. I'm not saying it's wrong. I've just never heard the word before. Do I also want to mark in this? Hey, Jobo, how are you doing? Let's see. Do I know what 2 is? Not for profit within a station. Lardon is a fancy word for bacon. So fat, yeah, okay. If lardon is a word, I can understand the word play because fat would be lard and then on is just on. So I will trust chat that this is lardon. The A certainly can't go there. And I think there's a few options for how we exactly get here. I know one of these two is an... Oh, no, I know that one's the O because the O can't go there. So the O is placed. And if the O is placed there, then I can't place the R there. So I think that is our answer. Okay, good. Yep. Let's see. Yeah, but it was so painful for me to fill in the triple before, I'm just not filling it in. If someone wants to tell me what it is, I will tell them. But until it becomes absolutely necessary, I'm not going to re-go through all 12 letters and try and figure out which ones are missing. 10 is asteroid, I'm being told. Yes. A plus drug is a steroid to give you a heavenly body. So yeah, 10 is asteroid. I agree with that.
I have been racking my brain this whole time trying to think of a heavenly body that was that long.
So the S can't go there. So actually maybe... Oh, no, the S can't go there either. Oh, the S is just outright placed in this box even. Oh, and the last letter here is a D. And the letter before that is an I, so that has to come from there. The letter before that is an O.
Less help.
Yeah, less help.
Although TER could easily go straight across row 6.
I did notice that. L is placed in box 4. Good. Let's see. That could be a T as far as I'm able to determine it. Let's see. Okay. Let's see. Jay Dyer says this is Latin, with the museum being the Latvian, minus VA. Oh, no, sorry. The Victoria and Alberta is the museum. So it is... Latvian. There we go. Okay, so it's Latvian minus VA gives you Latin. Okay. So that certainly has to be the A, not the Q. Thank you. And then one of these is a T. And one of these is the I.
But one of them sees an I.
You could tell me which one. I don't see any I's that any of them see.
I was wrong.
One of these is an I. One of them is a T. And there's... Oh, that one sees a T, apparently.
Yeah.
So that is the T, which means that's the R, if I believe my corner marks, which means that's the I. And this is a naked single, but we're never going to know what it is because I'm not going to figure it out.
It's an S.
Tristan will tell us it's an S, apparently. So we've got all of that, and that has resolved this pair to a G and an I. Let's see. JayForty believes 3 is generation.
Oh, it's double definition.
Yep. Production and people of a certain age would be generation. Yep. So that would be a G there and an N for wherever that ends. And so the O has to come here, presumably.
Yes.
I'm trying to make sure that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. How many letters are in generation? I don't think I know. Generation. Okay, yeah, so we get that much wiggle room, not that much wiggle room. So that's got to be the O. Does that have to be the I? It does have to be the I.
And the T goes above it.
T has to go above it. There's nowhere else for it to go. That has to be the... Oh, no, that could be the A, but that's the O placed for idle, which means that's the D placed for idle. Which means idle looks like that.
Does the N have to go in row 2, column 8?
Oops. So we've made it that far. So we need an R. But this can't be the... Uh-oh, we broke it. Oh, it's because that's not the A. That can't be the A that we use. Because if that's the A we use, we can't use the R. So that has to be the A we use.
Yes.
I was silly. So now that definitely does have to be the R we use, though. And now, just by some sort of weird connectivity argument, that is an E.
And that finishes the word.
Yep, and so now the N has to be there. And the E can't go there, so it goes there. And so there is our generation.
You have an S left over in row 4?
Apparently this is an S. Oops, sorry, not a D. This is a naked F. If someone else tells me that, I'll believe them. I just want two people to check it, and I'm definitely not going to check it. Let's see. Where is this deduce?
Nice.
What clue are we talking about?
It's... Scroll down. Scroll down. There you go. 15.
Deduce from a different angle.
Glean.
Yep, is glean. Yep, because it's the different is telling you take an anagram of angle, and glean is an anagram of angle. So this is like that. The L can't go there, so the L has to go there. The E can't go there, so the E has to go there. The A can't go there, so the A has to go there. I appreciate it when the letters are all forced. Row 3, column 2 is in fact a naked F. Sold. Okay. Thank you, Kelly. I is forced in this box. Yes, I is placed in this box. Good. Let's see. D and F is what's left here. Do we have both a D and an F? We do have a D and an F. And so that is an F and a D. Thank you, Nicholas. We already have the I in row 8, unfortunately. O in box 9.
What's the GA? Is that
Oh,
for
that's
profit?
an O. Someone will tell me what this is. Oh, that's the O over here that I had corner marked for something. That's part of asteroid. This is the O is part of asteroid. So could this be the R? I think it can be as far as I can tell. 2 is against, J. Dyer says. So not 4 is against, and profit is gain within, and a station would be AST. That's very cool. Okay, so against So that is an A. That is a T. And then we've got to go to a G. So the G has to be here. And then we need another A. So the other A has to be here. Oops, sorry, wrong button. And then I think that just has to be the I because we're not going to do it otherwise. So against yeah, it is asteroid 57 Thorns. I agree. We just don't know exactly how to spell it yet. Uh, row 3 needs a D and it goes there, I am being told. It needs another letter too that someone will discover in time.
Nicholas says it's O.
Let's see. This is a perfect puzzle for chat because I to do with chat because I don't have to do the part that I would just not do if I was doing this by myself.
Yeah, speaking of, column 11 finishes with an R, chat says.
Okay, we'll fill it in. 14 is sensing, says Selena. Having a feeling is sensing. Northeastern would be NE, and signs, which anagrams to sensing per the anagram indicator. Yep. Okay, so 14 is sensing. So that will be the start of 14. That will be the end of 14. The E has to go here.
The N only has one place.
Oh, so that has sorted out the E and the R up there. The N has only one place. It can't be there.
I meant the other N.
So
by the G.
Yeah, this G needs an N and an I, which can only go there.
And now the word's finished?
Yep, and now we need an S just to connect them. Very good. Now the full path of asteroid is forced. Right, because now if I so for example, let's just start here. So the A has to connect to an S, and it can't be there, so it has to be there. And now if I put a T here, it breaks because then I have to put an E there. So we now get that. And I can't now go down for the E because there's an E in the box. Why can't I go down for an R in asteroid? Why isn't this an R? I believe you, but I don't see why that's not an R. Oh, the R is still ambiguous. Got it. Okay. Let's see.
Where's the end of 13?
This digit should be, or this letter should be a right in, but I don't know what it is, but chat can tell me. Let's see. D in column 7, row 2. Yep, D is there by Sudoku. Are all the O's done? Looks to me like we've got 2 O's left. This one is here. And then one of them is here, I believe. And I think that's all the O's. Okay. Having the right to be named, having the right to is entitled. 11.
Double definition?
Yep, that makes sense. Okay, so 11, yeah.
I think be named entitled would deserve a question mark in my mind, but
yeah, I think it's probably right, but it feels it's like, I guess it's one of those ones where like one of the definitions is deliberately a silly definition. Like it's not an honest double definition. I think there's a name for the ones where it's like a definition, but it's a play on words definition. Row 2, column 3 is, oh, I'm not actually done all the O's. Now I'm probably done all the O's.
Yes.
Let's see. Okay, well, Marty says entitled is correct, so I will believe it, given the setter agrees. Okay, and so the N can't be there, so the N has to be there. The T,
if it
the
goes
T can't go
if it goes
there.
right, you can't get past the O's.
And so now that has to be an I.
T has to go there.
Yep.
By Sudoku.
Now L has to go here.
And E has to go right.
E has to go right. Okay, so this is orange. There we go. ATF is what's left in column 1, I am being told. Let's fill in the A, the T, and the F. That one's not an A. That one's not a T.
In row 8, C's an A and a T. Row 8, column 1. C's AT in the box.
What?
Row 8, column 1. C's AT in the box.
I see. So it is an F. And so that is an A, and that is a T. So that has finished stifle over there. If someone wants to tell me what these 2 letters are, I'll fill them in. Otherwise, they are going to remain unfilled. Let's see. FD is what's left in row 9. Thank you.
Am I blind? Where is 13's diamond?
This FD is actually, both of these are finished. That is an F and that is a D. Thank you. Does 13 not have a diamond? Oh no, 13's diamond is right there.
Oh.
NS left in box 1. No, that's an S in box 1, unfortunately. But there is an N left in the box, and it does go there, but we're still on the hunt for what that letter is. GF is what's left in this box, so that is the G. Oops. Uh-oh, hopefully not. No, not GF. There is an F missing, but there's another letter missing. I don't know which one. Oh, yeah. But the F must be missing in this row as well, so that's now the mystery one. Okay. Okay, 13.
You got it.
On the other hand, Badger returns to music producer. So organ is music producer. Where is the organ coming from? Every other letter returning. So where's the O? I get the RGAN, but I don't see where the O is in this clue. It almost certainly has to be right, but there I don't see it. L is the last letter in box 11. Thank you. It's avocado. Okay. Let's see.
Wait, it can't be organ. Isn't that a parody problem?
Oh yeah, I don't think you can even possibly make it spell organ. Row 7, column 10 is the F for the box. I agree with that. Row 5 has TFN left. So that is a T, an F, and an N. ORGAN. Oh, maybe it does work.
Badger, annoy.
Okay, there we go. So or is on the other hand, and then the badger is nag backwards. So that makes sense. RGAN. Got it.
And then it's just Sudoku.
Oh, we have every clue now?
Yep.
I think the mark button actually will resolve this, thankfully. FTS RF RL TR ST. It is true. Mark is a crossword champion. DF GSE. Very nice construction there to Marty. The only downside is that, like, by nature, this is going to be an absolute scanning nightmare. Oh, did we finish Asteroid? We did finish Asteroid. Sorry, we didn't actually connect Asteroid. But I don't think there's much, at least I can think of, that you could do to fix it. I guess you could make it a J-sums puzzle. Maybe you could do like a J-sums crossword where you then don't have to think about that part. But like, other than that minor quibble about the fact that you have to decide which letter is missing out of 12 random letters, I really enjoyed that. There's some very clever clues, and I was originally very skeptical of the fact that the clues were snakes and you didn't get to sort of see which way they went, but actually that worked quite well. It was fun using the Sudoku to decide how exactly these things worked. I'm not requesting a 26 by 26 though, although I guess that probably would not make scanning easier. No giant folders or strong field. Very true. All right, well, I'm going to take a quick break, and then I will come back shortly with another puzzle. So see you all in just a moment. All right, welcome back. I'm going to wrap up with this pedaling pianist fog of war puzzle. I have not done a fog of war puzzle in ages. So let us see how this goes. So as a hint to us, most of the grid is covered, so we don't have to look at it. And then it will be revealed slowly as we fill in digits. We have different differences lines, so no pair of adjacent digits on a beige line may have the same difference. For example, if a line has a 3 and a 5 next to each other, it may not contain a 7 and a 9 next to each other. And then x's sum to 10. Black dots are one is double the other. So we get our usual 1, 2, 4, 8 going on here. So what is the point here? So I guess the point is for me to draw. Oh, let me get the letter tool off. Let's get that done as quickly as possible. The point here is that in fact we have a triangle here that we can see. This is another one of those like fog of war things where you have to sort of read the part that's off the line, and this is actually also on the line. So right. So as Garion says, 8 can't be involved in either x. Because if 8 is involved in either x, you have a problem that the 2 definitely is not in one of these cells. So these can't be 8, which means the middle digit is 2. And we get to bring out Zach for the 2 dance. Duka, 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 duka. Woohoo! Woohoo! Waha! Thank you, Zach. Thank you. So this line somehow keeps going even further. I'm surprised this line could possibly be so long. So these we know are 6, 9 for sure. And this is a difference of, well, one of these is a difference of 2, and the other is a difference of 8. So what can this be? Let's just write this in and rule out all the ones it can't be because of the difference lines. Also, I'm going to draw this in. So it can't be 1, 2, could be 3, can't be 4, could be 5, can't be 6, could be 7, 8. But it cannot actually be 3 because 3 would be a difference of 2, and there's a difference of 2 between the 4 and the 6. Would be a difference of 2 from the 1, I should say. 8 has a difference of 4 from 4, and that doesn't work because we already have 2 and 6 next to each other. So we've got that. I don't think 7 would be 3 from both, would it? Right. Sorry. 2 and 6 have a difference of 4, and 5 and 1 have a difference of 4. So this is a 7, actually. Thank you, Garion. So these are a triple of 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Sorry, 3, 5, 8. And this can't be 5, or it can't be 5 because one of these has a difference of 3. So that's never a 5. And it can't be 8 because one of these has a difference of 6. So this is a 3. Like that. So this is a string of 3 black dots, which immediately makes that a 4. Which makes these a 2, 8. Oh, that 4 actually resolves the something around here. And now this assuredly must be fixed, but who knows? Probably have to write it in. So, okay, it's not 2, 4, or 8. It's not... Oh, 3 is actually legal, because 0 is a different difference than we've seen so far. Can't be 1, though, because we do have a difference of 2 already. Can't be 5, because we have a difference of 2 already. We have a difference of 3 already, so it can't be 6. We have a difference of 4 already, so it can't be 7. Do we have a difference of 6? Yes, we do have a difference of 6. So, in fact, it is 3. True, this X now can't be 1, 9, and it can't be 2, 8, or 4, 6, so it's got to be 3, 7. I agree with that assessment of folks from chat. Let me go over this as well. Boop, boop, boop. Right. 5 can't go here because 5 is equidistant from 2 and 8, as we learned in an earlier puzzle. So this is always 8, which makes that a 5. And so 5 is in one of these two cells, but it can't go there. So 5 is, in fact, here. And now this is on a black dot, and so it's not the 7, so it's a 3, and that's a 7, and that's a 6. The 6 in this box is definitely in one of these two cells. The 9 in this box is just placed here, actually. So these are a 6 and something else. A 1 and a 6, actually. But that can't be the 1 because we've already used a difference of 2. So that's a 6 and that's a 1. So we've got all of that. This is only from 2, 4, 8 for what it is worth. This can be 1, 2, 4, 8. These are definitely even because we've got one of each odd already sort of eaten alive. So this is from 2, 4, 6, 8. This column is from 5 and 9. And 5 is not possible because we've already got a difference of 1. Bye, it's Avocado. Great to see you again. Let's see. I can sort of mark these up a bit. I know the 1 and 3 are over here. Okay, maybe that did not help as much as I had fantasized that it would. Okay, I know one of these two is a 7. Is it a problem if that's the one that's a 7? Paulfly says it's a problem if that's the one, if that one's a 7. It makes a difference of 2. Then we've got 2, 2, 4, 8s. They would have to have an 8 in them. Is that necessarily true, Ratfinks? Why couldn't this be a 4 and that be the 4? So I'm noticing this difference, whatever it is, I'm not allowed to repeat it. Bye, Ambrose. Hope you have a good day. see. Kelly says if this is a 7, then 2 goes next to 4. Why can't I put 8 next to 4 if this is a 7? Uh, 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 okay, so I think I have to think about this. So if this is a 7, these can't be 2 4s. They would have to have an 8 in them. And the 8 could not go. Oh, sorry. You'd have a 4 and an 8, right? Because as soon as you have an 8, then the 2 is gone. So these would have to be 4 8. And the problem with that is you end up with either 4 8 4 or 8 4 8 or 8 4 2, and the 8 4 2 version breaks that. That's ugly. I wonder if there's a better way to see this. Probably the answer is to think about this cell and think about what it can be. So let's see. This can be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, and so why is 8 not allowed here? It feels like extreme digits are the easiest ones to make work on here. 5, there's only 4 distances you could be away from 5. And whichever distance away from 5, one of the distances away from 5 would be used here. Yeah, as Globaglob says exactly what I was saying. The 5, sort of, you'd have to use one of each pair of distances that was not the ones on the X. Which I don't see why you couldn't do. But maybe it is possible. Yeah, I think the intended deduction might be the one with the 7, but it feels so out of whack compared with the rest of things in the puzzle. But anyway, the point is, at least we've been able to show, albeit in a way that involves look ahead in multiple cases, this can't be a 7. But I'll be curious to see if there is there might well be a better way to sort of contemplate how this works. Okay. Let's see. If this is 8, then we end up with 8 4. Oh, right. If this is 8, that's 4 is the point. Oh, thank you, David. Donates for being an amazing teacher, setter, and streamer, along with filling in nicely for Rank's paper route. Constantly devoting time and bringing together a plethora of people for the love of Sudoku. Thank you, David. Let's get you a donation dance. Woohoo! 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 Thank you so much, David. And if you don't know what David's referring to, Ranks posts a 6x6 adventure puzzle every day, which is like a low mid difficulty puzzle, and he solves one. However, I guest starred on that series a few days back and did a puzzle, which I extended the solve time of considerably by spilling tea in the middle of the solve. So if you want to see me spill tea all over myself, that is an excellent way to do it. So the problem here is this 8 through the medium of this 2-8. I guess, sorry, maybe here's the easier way to do this. One of these is 4, just by the column. Oh, right, Paul Fly. That's right. We started talking about right before I then got sucked into my Sudoku course and then didn't think about it anymore. And so the point is, if I make this 8, that makes this 4, and that creates an 8-7 and a 4-5, and that doesn't work. So this can't be 8. Let's see. So if this is 2, that's 4. Yeah, so this is, so one of these is a 4, so this difference definitely isn't 3. So there's no way that's 2. I agree with that. And this difference is either 2 or 4. Oh, 8 is also 3 away from 5. That's true. That's true. Good. So that's a 4. That's a 2. That's an 8 and a 2. Got it. So this is a 1 or a 4. Oh, we've already got a difference of 1 down here, so this can't be 2, 1. This has to be 2, 4. That is not a 4 or a 6. Okay, so now I probably have to just pencil mark these. So this is not a 3 or a 4 or a 7 or a 9. It can't be a difference of 2 from 4, so it can't be a 6 or a 2. Can't be a difference of 3 from 4, so it can't be a 1. Can't be a difference of 1 from 4, so it is an 8. So we've got that already. So 8 went out of there, so 2 went out of there. So do the same thing here. So not 3, 4, 5, 8. Okay, difference of 1 is taken, so that knocks out 7 and 9. Difference of 2 is taken, so that knocks out 6. So we either have a difference of 6 or a difference of 7. I don't think I know which one yet. This is definitely an odd X. That's true, because we've used the 4, 6, and the 2, 8 effectively. So this is 1, 9, or 3, 7, and this is the 1 or the 3. So that is the 7 or the 9. Bye, Jay. Hope you have a good night. Okay, so we've used a difference of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So we need a difference of at least 6. So this has to be 7 or 9 only, based on that information. So that gives us a weird sort of 7-9 pair here, which funnily enough tells me that 7 and 9 in this box are over here. Oh, in fact, these two are just a 7-9 pair even. Wow, that's got to be the point. So this can't be an 8 because 8 is the same distance from 7 and 9. Let's see. So these are also a 7-9 pair, which is a little less powerful, but also probably good. Man, I thought this would do something other than eliminate 8 from a single cell. Let's see, do I believe this is always a 9? Oh, is this related to how this interacts with the X? Because if I make this a 7, then it makes that a 9-1, and so this becomes 7-2 and repeats the 5. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, so through the medium of this X, if this is a 7, it breaks because that 7, this is D-Web's point, makes that a 9-1, which makes that a 2. So that is a 9. Oh, and Josh has been a member for 18 months. Let's get Josh a windmill dance. Boop-boop-a-doo, woohoo! Boop-boop-a-doo, woohoo! Boop-boop-a-doo, woohoo! Boop-boop-a-doo, woohoo! A year and a half. Wow, Josh. Thank you so much for your continued support. And for the great deal of help you've provided in puzzles today as well. So let's see. That is a 7 and a 3. We have Sarah has been a member for 9 months. Boop-boop-a-doo, woohoo! Boop-boop-a-doo, woohoo! Boop-boop-a-doo, woohoo! Boop-boop-a-doo, woohoo! Oh, by the way, Jim did this earlier while I was on break, and I realized I forgot when I came back, so I'm going to get Jim a fan dance as well. Boop-boop-a-doo, woohoo! Boop-boop-a-doo, woohoo! Boop-boop-a-doo, woohoo! Wee-hee! Woohoo! Ba-da-ba-da, ba-da. Thank you, Zach. Thank you. And thank you to everyone for your support. Let's see. So that is a 1. Tristan, member for 1 month. Thank you, Tristan, for being a fan. Boop 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 woohoo! Boop 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 woohoo! Boop 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 waha! Woohoo! Weehee! Boop boop. Although seriously, none of this would happen without Tristan. So greatly appreciate the Tristan. This works if it's a 1 or a 2, right? I don't think either of those breaks if I understand how things work. What about over here? Over here, I have a 1 and a 2 left. 3, 4, 5, 6. So those are the digits I have left. So this can't be 2 or 6. This can't be 1. Okay, and the difference of 4 is taken. Sadly, neither of those is distance 4. Woohoo! Paulfly has noticed a button has begun flashing and has donated. Let us get. I realize I have the option both to like Paulfly's donation and to heart Paulfly's donation, so I will do both and get Paulfly a dance. Boop boop ba doop woohoo! Boop boop ba doop woohoo! Boop boop ba doop woohoo! Ba doop ba doop waha! Weehee! Woohoo! Who says penguins can't fly? Thank you, Paulfly. Thank you. Okay. What is the point of being able to like donations? I don't know. Let's see. How many before Zeta completely forgets what's happening in the puzzle? I'm okay with finding out. 5 is definitely in these cells, and that's actually huge. Okay, that's really smart. So one of these is 5, and whichever one is 5, it creates a difference of 2 in the row, which means I can't create a difference of 2 in the column. Unfortunately, I guess that doesn't happen no matter what. Right. One of these is 5, so that can't be 1. Several people in chat have pointed out. Because one of these is 5, that can't be 1 because it would make that 5, and that would be 2 differences of 4. So that's actually the one that's the 5. Let's see. Okay, so we can create a difference of 1 and a difference of 3, or a difference of 1 and a difference of 3. So we always get a difference of 1 and 3, regardless of how this works. I think Sarah is articulating the same point. I'm being told this X is odd. How do I know this X is odd? Uh, oh, this X is actually even. It's not odd. Sorry, I misread it. It's even, not odd. It sees every odd pair. So these are 2, 8, or 4, 6. That one's not an 8. That one's not a 4. So that one's not a 6. That one's not a 2. Uh, and one of these two cells is definitely a 6 for what it's worth. I was hoping that was going to do something Sudoku-wise, but I don't quite see that it does. As of yet. Let's see. These are 4 and 6. Then that's a 1. Oh, the 6 actually is placed in box 5. The 6 is placed there in box 5. No, sorry. The 6 in box 5 can go in one of those two spots. Darn it. So a 6 here. 6 here makes that an 8 and that a 2, but also makes that a 2, right? So 6 there never works. So this is always a 6. Good, good. So what is this triple I've got to fill in? 1, 2, 3, 4. Sorry, not 2, 3, 4. 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay. So this is never a 5 by previous observation that the digits of an X are always equidistant from 5. So that's the 5 for the row. Hey, Logan, I hope you're doing well. I'm doing pretty well here. It has been a relaxing weekend, which is always appreciated. Okay, this can't be a 2 because one of these is a 2. And so there's already, this digit's already, its difference between it and 2 has already shown up because quite literally it and 2 have already been compared. So that's always a 1 and that's a 2, which has now made that a 6 and that a 4. I like that. That is my favorite step of the puzzle so far. Okay, so now does one of these fall apart for some reason, or does it now not matter? Oh, yeah, I can't do 4, 6 because 2 and 4 are 2 apart. So this has to actually be 2 and 8, making that a 4. And so I think that works. 3 and 8 over there. Being encouraged to finish this column. Seemingly that is only a 5 and a 1. Uh, 2 and 2 with a 0 difference. The problem was one of these was already a 2. And so whatever the difference of this number is with 2, it's already used, I think is the spot that Garion was concerned about. Yeah, this digit can't... A digit can't connect to the same digit more than once on a different differences line. Let us fill in these. This seems to be a naked 5, according to Mark. It is not 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8, or 9. Yep, it is a naked 5. Mark is correct. Making that a 2 and an 8. Making that a 1. Making these a triple of some description. They don't involve 6, 8, or 7, 9. So that is just a naked 3 now, owing to the 7, 9 pair. And so this is a 2, 4 pair now. Let us... sorry, I guess I should highlight this. And boop. Okay, so this row has 3, 4, 5. And so this one... let's see. Do I know anything about it? It can't be 3 because one of these differences is 2, 7, which is 5. And that would be 2, 8, which would be 5. So it's 4 or 5. 5 looks okay. 4. If it's 4... 4 is 5 different from 9, and 2 is 5 different from 7. Yeah, it can't be 4. So this is actually a 5, and a 3, and a 4. Good spot to chat there. I was trying that in my head, and it all seemed to work out, but it did not, in fact, all work out. It was... The working out was a lie. Okay. So we've got this little bit of a mess here. Let's see. Oh, there's a 5 in box 3, which is very helpful because it is placed there. And row 6 seems to have a 7, 9 pair, so those are 2 and 8. I can't have both 1 and 9 on this line, and I definitely have a 1, so I don't have a 9. So that's the 9, and that's the 7, which makes that the 9. Okay, and so I've used 1, so I can't put a 6 or a 7 in the middle because the difference of 1 is already taken. So that's got to be a 1. Makes that a 9. Makes that a 9. Okay. And now presumably I mark the rest of the grid and the puzzle solves. Nearly. Difference of 4 is taken because I have either a 2 with a 6 or a 4 with an 8, but either way, I've used the difference of 4, so I can't use a difference of 4 here. So this is never a 7. I agree with that. And it also can't be 6 for the same reason, because difference of 4 is definitely taken, and 6 would be 4 different from 2. So this is a 1. Okay, so... So 3 has been used now as a difference, so I can't use it again, so that has to be an 8. So that is a 6, a 3, and a 1. That has become a 4 and a 7, and a 2 and a 4, and a 9 and a 7, and a 6. 8, 3, 9, 2, 6, 7. 2867. Was a neat neat intro to the different differences line. I have not I have not done a different differences line puzzle before, so cool idea. My favorite part was the using the fact that x's always have sort of symmetric difference across 5 is a neat idea. I suspect that if I did more different differences puzzles, I would have had to do a little bit less sort of manual, just type in all the possibilities and see what happens. But I don't really have any any intuition built up for them, having never done them before. But it does make me kind of want to play with them some more. It's an interesting interesting idea. But with that, that brings us basically to the end of stream. So thank you, everyone, for hanging out today. We got to do a bunch of cool puzzles, including one of the first cryptic crosswords you've done on stream. I don't think it's literally the first one, but one of them. So thank you very much to everyone for that. Thank you to everyone who supports the stream. If you want to support the stream, you can do that for as little as $5 a month by clicking the join button down below. We greatly appreciate all of those of you who do, and you get lots of penguin dances if you do. So it's greatly appreciated. And so thank you to everyone, and big thank you to the Turbines who keep everything going, and big thank you to all the donations today as well. So David, Nordy, Franco, Daniel, Danita, Nell, Plonktime, thank you for being our Turbine supporters, and I will see you all very soon. As Tristan says, he will be streaming on Tuesday. So if you want to hang out with Tristan, he's streaming Tuesday, and I'll be streaming again on Friday. So I will see you all in not too long. But for now, thanks for watching, and bye for now.